Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Legends of Nordaeron D&D stream. Well, the preamble, the pre-stream or preamble before the stream, but nonetheless, just waiting for people to come in before the session, just kind of chilling and vibing and troubleshooting and getting stuff ready until then. So yeah, how's everyone doing? Excuse me. Hey. Of course, now that we actually went live, I was like, oh, I thought of something interesting to talk about before the session, before the stream, and now it's gone. Great. ADHD brain go burr. Oh, that's something to bring up. Did people actually, for those who have yet to take care of themselves, have you eaten any food? Have you hydrated yet today? Have you drank your legs? Have you stretched your water? Make sure you gotta take care of yourself. Try to at least eat some food before stream. So I'm not super hungry for once we actually get into some food descriptions, which we probably will. Considering hopefully this session we'll be getting into... I'm not sure what that is. Getting into Samhain as the celebration or Hallows Eve, this world's equivalent for Nordaeron. Which will be quite interessant. Also, hydrating on my end as well. But yee. Alright, let me actually make sure that I need to actually grab the things I need to for in preparation for today. And I'm hoping that people actually show up. Well, actually, no, never mind. I should say most people have said they're available. But nonetheless. We got that, we have this and that and this and that, and then... Oh, need actually, I almost forgot a thing! Grab you. I'm sure people are at least alive. In preparation. let's see. Suppose that is one thing to bring up. I saw a bit of a news report that I saw in the feed recently that apparently there was this oh god, what was it? There was this small farming village, this small farming town out in somewhere in India that that they were apparently imitating like professional league cricket or something along those lines, and apparently it was convincing enough that they actually were able to scam a bunch of Russians into forming a betting ring. And like they actually managed to like everything was basically staged, and it was like streamed on YouTube and everything and made to look like super real and official. The announcer was trying to mimic like a major big league announcer somewhere in like main like sports announcer for cricket. I forget the name of the details and stuff of it, but like basically a Russian betting ring was scammed out of a decent chunk of money by a bunch of Indian farmers acting like they're doing a very good impression of cricket and professional sports, which I just found interesting. As we wait into... Hi, Mitchum. Just saw you pop into the chat. Yes, we are unfortunately not... well, we are live, but we're not playing D&D just yet. So you're more than welcome to chat and vibe, and wait until we do so. I think I messaged everyone. Okay. But yeah, this session will be especially interesting because we'll be getting into the, hopefully we'll be going into this world's Samhain celebration, or equivalent of Halloween or Hallows Eve. Though Samhain is an actual old, like it is an actual pagan holiday celebration. Though in Nordareth there are some variations to it. And New Orchestra has its own special spin on things and other local faiths and local traditions. Nonetheless, it is going to be spoopy time! Time for spoop, because it is Hallows Eve. It is the time between the time in which the realms of the living and those beyond are thinning. And fun stuff. But yes, until then, how y'all doing? Yes, spoopy sperry spellemans, they spend spivers down your spine. Yes. Indeed. Spindeed. If we should put it that way. But yeah. I'm trying to think of any other current news event thingies I've been seeing as of late. I'm good. May or may not be working right now. Fair. That is quite fair. I hope I'm not. I hope I and the party won't be too much of a distraction. Because work is important. And I don't want to get you fired. Don't imagine I will, because I don't think I will. I hope not, but nonetheless. I'm surprised I have yet to see anyone, though. But ultimately, if we don't end up having enough party members once more arriving, I can always do another Q&A stream, depending. Which would be, again, unfortunate, but nonetheless, what you gonna do? I believe everyone should be available. Yeah, at least, yeah, a bunch of people said they're able to play. Okay. Sorry, because I am still here. I'm just also currently preparing and checking things in the background. Oh my god, sorry. I know I haven't really mentioned much about him on the channel, though apparently, also currently streaming now is Redclaw, who is a T-Rex VTuber that I've done a little bit about. I've popped into his streams now and again. And apparently he has a new, I think it's a, what is it, a birthday stream? Hold up.
Ready.
Oop. Okay, oh, he's doing a subathon that he's released a new model? Which looks adorable, but also reminds me of that one frickin', oh god, what's the name of the show? I think it was literally just called Dinosaurs. It was from back in, like, the 90s. That little baby dinosaur thing with, like, the really chubby or, like, kind of chunky looking face. I think that's what it reminds me of. Seems interesting. I'm only realizing now how many dinosaur VTubers or dinosaur things I actually follow. I mean, of course I enjoy prehistoric and prehistory things, but yeah, we have Kira, we have Redclaw, we have Taraizu, I believe her name is, yeah, who is also a T-Rex VTuber. Like, apparently I have a thing for dinosaurs. Which I suppose isn't surprising, knowing me, but nonetheless. Were you a dinosaur kid growing up? Yeah. Definitely. In ways. Like, it wasn't just dinosaurs. I did also, of course, enjoy things like dragons and, like, even just, like, zoo animals and biology stuff in Animal Planet. And all of those sorts of, like, cool animals and cool nature stuff and cool monsters. And all that kind of song and dance. Like, I mean, hell, when I was in kindergarten and or elementary school, you know how they do the whole thing about like, you know, like, what do you want to be when you grow up, and the whole thing. I think originally, like, I did one of the old kid answers of like, I want to be a fireman, or something like that, of like, I want to help people. But after like a couple years later, I really wanted to be a zookeeper, or like just like help take care of animals. And stuff like that, because I just thought animals were cool, and taking care of them seemed cool and interesting. And of course, also, you know, dinosaurs are always fun. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I do. Though, as of now, I certainly do follow a lot of different, like actual like paleo art and paleontology stuff, for like recent developments. One of the big things from a couple of years ago. Was it a couple of years ago at this point? I forget when. It was still in recent years. Of the way we thought about Spinosaurus, and like all of the massive transformation that Spinosaurus has basically gone through throughout how we've thought about it. And it's honestly probably one of my favorite dinosaurs at this point. Because originally we had like, you know, back in the 1980s or late 1900s, we have the you know, the big chunky like dino toy looking like basically a chunky T-Rex with a sail on its back. Then later we found more stuff, and it looks a lot more like the Spinosaurus from like Jurassic Park 3. Where it had like the long, you know, nose and everything, because I think we realized it was a relative of Baryonyx, which had a bunch of weird stuff like that. And so we just figured like, oh, it's probably Baryonyx with the sail. And we were kind of right, but not really. And then now we have modern period, where we actually found more bones of it, and turns out it had this long frickin' like flipper tail. Yeah, it's more like an alligator, kind of. It's more of this sort of very distinctly like amphibious or like aquatic kind of lifestyle, where it may or may not have played a similar role as like a heron or like a pelican, in that it would eat like massive fucking fish, like prehistoric fish that were around at the time, around the I forget the name of the formation, but like it's basically North Africa, where we have the Sahara Desert now. Actually, a lot of it used to be underwater, and was like a massive like freshwater like estuary, or like a fresh saltwater estuary swamp kind of thing. And so we have like some massive fucking fish that lived in the area, and then we have Spinosaurus here, which, you know, may or may not have walked around like a giant alligator pelican thing that just ate massive fish. And was fucking cool. It was like an ambush predator, and like stuff like that. That and also a lot of modern paleo art for Spinosaurus looks really fucking cool. I just really like the look of Spinosaurus. I know some people are kind of sad, that like, oh, we really liked, you know, the old, you know, like, the Jurassic Park 3, you know, like, that one looks cooler than real life. That you know, we should make it more like that. And it's like, it's not how science works. And, like, I know that, like, I forget the details of a lot of the, because there was a similar conversation about, like, back when we first discovered, it was big news that a lot more dinosaurs might have had feathers than we initially thought they did. Spinosaurus are my fave when playing Ark. Fair. I actually haven't played a lot of Ark. I should probably I should do that at some point. Though unfortunately, Ark kind of first time I tried to run it ages ago on one of my old computer, it basically turned it into a brick. Because even on the lowest settings, it's like very demanding. I think I tried a little bit of it on the new laptop here to see if it would run, and it did, but I didn't really play much of it. It seems interesting. Might play it at some point, but like not, you know, itching to play it currently right now. But anyway, back to dinos with feathers. There's a bit of a backlash on it that like people were upset that it made like, one, of course, it made dinosaur there was a lot more paleo art of you know, dinosaurs with much more like prominent feather coats. And like proto feathers, basically, like, you know, not like bird flight feathers, but almost more like very described as like dino fuzz, like a lot more equivalent to like, you know, hair and mammals in that kind of way. It's best on the private server with their friends. Fair, makes sense. What was I saying? Yeah. And there was a whole thing going on of like, oh, it makes, you know, dinosaurs less scary if they're like giant walking chickens and stuff like that. And it's just like, I think that feathers, like the opening up of conceptualization about like if dinosaurs had feathers and like what that would look like is more interesting to me, or like more fascinating to me, I suppose. That, and also I've seen plenty of art of dinos, especially like raptors and the various I forget what the group is called. Basically the same group that theropods. That's it, theropods with like T-Rex and raptors, and the line that descended down to eventually become birds. Like seeing a lot of those type of dinosaurs, even with feathers, and making them look fucking terrifying or just awesome as like these massive feathered predators. We've kind of doubled back now, at least on T-Rex, and a few others that like they probably didn't have a lot of feathers in the same way that like elephants and rhinos and other those animals don't have a lot of hair on their bodies because of, you know, size and temperature and shit. But nonetheless, still cool and interesting. That, and also might have more like quote skin kind of patches rather than just like thick like lizard scales and stuff like that. Interesting details. Yeah, Ark sounds like it'd be I would definitely be interested in playing it at some point. There's a lot of games in my Steam library, it says. I'd almost want to play it with like, I believe there is like specific like primitive, like Ark primitive or something like that, or like a specific toggle you can put onto a server where it gets rid of all of like the high tech weird sci-fi stuff. Cause like, I mean, I don't hate that sort of stuff per se. I like the chicken raptors. Yeah, they're fun. Yeah, I'm not opposed necessarily to some of the sci-fi dino stuff and things with it. Though admittedly I do very much enjoy more the sort of like I've never played the games, but like Turok, I believe kind of is this, or like there was the show Primal, I believe, that came out on Adult Swim a while ago. Like that sort of like primitive, tribal, less high tech, you know, kind of vibes. Oh, okay. I've actually seen a couple, getting a few notifications that people are going to be popping in soon, which is good. Hopefully we get enough people. But if if nothing else, we can always just have another Q&A stream. Hopefully with some of the players this time, if they're capable and willing. Though, of course, no pressure on their end. Yeah, dinosaurs are cool. I will say I am like only slightly disappointed. You know that like the raptors in Ark are not at all how like actual Velociraptor and Utah Raptor and stuff like that looked, and Deinonychus. Yeah, most of Ark isn't the sci stuff. Fair, but nonetheless, like. Not having to, like, that's just a side of it that's just like, hey, I'd rather just, like, toggle that off, personally, for either my own server and focus a lot more on, like, the tribal stuff, because I think that's neat. That, and also it reminds me a lot more of, another one of those tribal, like, dino survival games that, unfortunately, a decent chunk of them just kind of didn't really go anywhere and were kind of scams. Like, the Stomping Lands, I remember, was one. And there was like a small handful of others that had similar premises that like they got like a decent following on Kickstarter and then they just ran away with the money and never did anything with it. Like did anything with the pre, you know, like beta game, which was kind of shitty, but you know, what are you gonna do? But either way. Yeah, it sucked. Because the Stomping Lands looked really fucking cool with what they had. But yeah, it turns out a lot of it was just like, yeah, they just disappeared basically off the face of the earth, and like it was the project was discontinued and they took the money. Arc 2 is on the way also. Oh yeah, I heard something about that. I am curious on how that's going to pan out. Yeah, I haven't seen much of it either. Not really.
Hello.
But... Hi, Ren!
Hey.
We're talking about dinosaurs and dinosaur games.
Cool.
Yeah. Because we got on the topic of, I don't know if you remember this, but there was, like, a bunch of, like, dinosaur survival games, that,
like Ark?
Kind of like Ark. I think it was before.
That's the only
Ark,
one I
even.
can remember.
Yeah, there was one called, like, there was, like, the Stomping Lands, and there was, like, 1 or 2 or 3 others of, like, that tribal survival dino hunting and dino taming kind of games. That, like, they seemed really cool, and they had, like, a pretty good, decent following on, like, Kickstarter and stuff like that, but then they just disappeared off the face of the earth, and they ran away with the money, which...
I remember one of that for, like, there was, like, a game where you play as a dragon. I remember I backed it because it looked cool.
That was another one I recall.
I remember I backed it, and then the beta was like the cheapest, worst thing. It didn't look anything like the stuff that they showed. They showed gameplay, and it looked nothing like that, and then they just ran away.
I think they even hired like Vince Vept or Adrian Von Ziegler, one of the other like musical artists I know, to make like a theme song for the game.
It would not surprise me, honestly.
And then it, just never amounted to anything.
Poor artists.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they at least got paid for making the music, but
right.
Yeah, still, there's like, royalties and shit, and like, ugh. But anyway.
Yeah.
Nope, just heard from Duple. They're coming in. Artemis is on their way.
Alrighty. I don't think Golfy's awake yet, or at least might not be yet.
Which kind of sucks, but...
Golfy's usually not online until, like, much later in the day anyway, so...
Yeah, I know there's stuff going on for them, like, for IRL stuff, which, I get it, but still it's a bit unfortunate because, trying to prepare for things.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Because D&D's a lot. Let's mention them. Stay away from Kickstarter-like stuff. So many horror stories. Fair, yeah. Like, when it comes to Kickstarter backing stuff now, I only really end up like actually supporting stuff for things that I know, like, I trust the person behind it, or I know like they've done projects like it before that they've been pretty good on.
Like the recent Cattails, they did a Kickstarter for a sequel. And it's actually really good. I actually got the alpha for it. It's really cool.
Nice. Is that's the Warrior Cats style?
Not quite Warrior Cats, but kinda.
Yeah, very similar vein.
Yeah, the person behind it originally made a Warrior Cats fan game, and then they decided to make something completely original, so there wouldn't be copyright stuff and stuff.
Fair,
and it's just
very fair.
It also expands to more people who are just fans of Cats / Stardew style pixel game stuff.
Yeah,
it was really cute.
Yeah, things like the Warrior series and Guardians of Gahul and Wolf Quest.
And now it's the new one that has a lot of fantasy elements. It's really coul.
Interesting.
There's these shadow demons that you fight. It's really interesting.
Neat. Yes, hello, Artemis.
Hi, Artemis.
What are we talking about?
Talking about
Kickstarter video games.
Yeah. Particularly, Ren was mentioning about what was it called again?
Cattails Wildwood Story.
That was it. Very, very Warrior Cats-esque, survival game.
Yeah.
Which seemed interesting.
It's like a Cats mixed with Stardew Valley, but you also have to fight these shadow things that start showing up everywhere.
Surprisingly enough, I never got super big into the Warrior Cats books.
That's fair.
Despite also there's a shit ton of them, and also the main book series I ended up reading as a kid, very similar to that, is the Guardians of Gahul books, which I adored, and turns out they're actually really dark. Actually,
yeah, all these animal books that are like, oh, fantasy animals fighting stuff. It gets classified as children's books, and then you read it. It's like there's rivers of blood.
Yeah, like
Someone's
war
entrails are ripped
stories
out.
and like trauma and it's that same vein of things like Warrior Cats, Guardians of Gahul, fucking Animorphs. Like
Watership Down.
Yeah, Watership Down.
Like
oh, absolutely. I never actually read that or saw that one, but
I did because like I know it got like really like I like one of my friends who got me into Warriors like was super also into Watership Down. I read it and it is very dark.
Which one was it with Hello.
Hello.
Oh yeah, Watership Down was the one with the rabbits. Okay, yeah.
Yep. That's the one with the rabbits.
Yeah, that got very brutal. From what I've heard.
It really did.
Felidae was the one with the cats.
Yeah, interesting.
Warriors is too.
Yeah. Felidae was also pretty.
Yeah.
That one actually showed the cats doing it. It was bizarre.
Interesting.
In an incredibly realistic way, as if it came straight from National Geographic. So that's the part that, like, surprised me. Because normally when
books that are
get things like that,
children's books.
right? Like, because normally when you hear someone say something like that, you immediately think, oh, they took it too far, they took it that way. But they drew it all very much like National Geographic. But then after it was done, the cats just started talking to each other again as if they did not care that happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, interesting.
It was very interesting. I recommend it for anything but the art of it.
That's fair.
It has a lot of Watership Down qualities to it.
Gotcha. Also, hi, Doople.
Yay, hello.
Hello.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I have a new laptop.
Oh, what was it about your laptop?
It's brand new and it has a drawing style.
Oh, I heard you, though your mic kind of went a bit fucky. Went a little robot-y there for me.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, we're having technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Where's my Pringles can?
Hello?
Oh, so lucky.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, keep talking, Doople.
Is this a little better?
Yes, much better, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Before with robots. So.
I'm on campus now, and their Wi-Fi has had problems for the past 3 months, so I just had to move to, not their Wi-Fi.
You gotta find the Wi-Fi chair. Every college has one.
Oh, yeah. So does my grandma's house.
I see. Interesting.
Anyway, brand new laptop, pen goes with it, has pressure sensitivity. I am God.
Nice.
Yo.
Also, I found my Pringles can, so I could do the technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Ooh, nice.
God, that's amazing.
I can kind of do that with my voice mod. I won't mess around too much with those settings right now. Anyways, we'll wait another 5 minutes to see if Golfy comes online and pops their head in, but yeah, I haven't heard anything from them today, which is unfortunate. But
unfortunate.
They're apparently awake at like 3 a.m. Like they sent me like a message about their ClanGen game, so they're probably asleep right now.
That's fair. At about 4 minutes or so, maybe if Renner or someone could try to call them, and then if they don't pick up, then we'll go from there. At least call them in Discord, I should say. But as a last ditch effort. Yeah.
Wait. Does my laptop not have plugins for USBs?
Good question. Also clarify we are live. Just to make that aware of that.
I found PG Tips at my local grocery store.
PG Tips?
What does that mean?
I work at a grocery store. I have no idea what that means.
Oh, it's a brand of tea that's incredibly popular in the UK.
Okay.
It's like their Lipton, and it's made by the same brand that makes Lipton, Unilever. But it tastes really good. Like, it doesn't just taste like whatever Lipton's doing. They're doing something different.
Huh.
It's like an English breakfast tea and not just an orange pico cut tea. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Also, the stream is not sponsored by PG Tips.
Right.
I heard that, like, at my grocery store, we can actually get tips, like, actual tips. And I was like, they're PG tips. Like, what does that mean? Like, are tips not normally PG at the store? Like,
No, we only accept PG-13 tips.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
They have to have graffiti on the bills.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, you can only get the tips, but you only can say the word fuck once during your shift. If you say it more than that, you can't get your tip anymore.
Yeah.
that would explain why I haven't been getting tips lately.
Oh shit! Damn it! We just lost our tip privileges. But no, yeah. So yeah, how's everyone doing? How's everyone's day going?
Oh, we got a response.
Oh.
Oh,
Hello. Ah.
in the yeah.
Oh, in scheduling. That's unfortunate. Yeah, looks like unfortunately Golfy will not be able to make it for today's stream, possibly, which kind of sucks, but you know, what you gonna do? IRL stuff comes first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is also a shame because we're planning on going into spoopy times.
Yay!
Possibly, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Halloween. This is Halloween.
It's not
I'm
Halloween.
already
It's different.
getting.
It's close
I'm already
enough.
getting
We already
ready.
have Halloween decorations at my grocery store.
Wait, already? Jesus.
Yeah, we already have Halloween decorations. There's a new aisle with just bulk candy that's all Halloween themed. Like,
Yeah, my store's got the bulk candy now.
Now the
Yeah.
only question is, do they also have Christmas decorations up already?
No, thank goodness.
I think I saw like Christmas shaped like Jello molds, but they're like a tiny little display like over by the health stuff. So
Ah, okay.
it's close enough though. Still
Hmm.
something Christmassy.
I was gonna say because they always end up like advertising all the Christmas stuff like months in advance, which like to some degree, like okay, I get it. Some people want to get their shopping in like and get that squared away long before the date, but like
Or the crafts.
yeah, you know,
Right.
stuff like that. But after a certain point, it's like okay, this is getting ridiculous. It's like
Exactly.
yeah,
I'm
like,
predicting September.
It's not even Halloween yet, and I just see yeah, exactly. It's probably in September. We haven't even had Halloween yet, and I just see a fucking like inflatable Santa Claus like in the back corner. Like, just like, all right, come on, guys. But
like
anyway,
last week people started going back to school, and now there's already Halloween stuff everywhere. So
yeah, Halloween I can kind of see like, okay, it's still only like a little over like a month or two, like about a couple months away. Like, okay, I don't know why to me that makes a little more sense than Christmas. Because,
I mean, like, if it was Christmas now, I'd be surprised. But Christmas, like, by, like, September and October is, like, no different from Halloween now.
fair enough, I suppose, yeah. Well, because there's also, like, a bunch of other holidays in between, before Christmas.
Depending on where you live.
True, depending on where you live and depending on... That's a fair point.
Besides, I just hate Thanksgiving anyway.
Yeah!
Because in Canada, Thanksgiving will be before Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
But it's after here in America. For me, I personally feel like it's payback for all the people who have to see Christmas stuff in October. So they're like, okay, fine, then we'll start doing Halloween stuff in September.
You know, that's fair.
Yeah,
if nothing
I
else,
like
proud of
that.
spite. But anyway.
I actually don't mind the Halloween stuff this early as much as Christmas stuff way early, because then people start getting super, like, in-your-face religious, and it's just like,
That's the part I don't like. And it's like...
That's an oof. But anyway,
And it makes
we-
it makes me look bad, I feel. It's like
Christian college and now having chapel every Thursday, of which I accidentally slept in on yesterday.
Oof. Yeah, that's a big oof. But either way, we are. We're 17 minutes over at this point. So we should probably start getting into things. And I suppose it only leaves me one question before we. Actually, oh shit! Actually, there's one more thing I need to do because I almost forget it every freaking time, even though it's kind of vital to the whole song and dance and experience. Yeah, come on, fucking. Get it. Shit, come on, fucking.
It's Portum, by the way.
I didn't ask the question yet! Dice! But yes, who didn't pick last time?
I think I picked.
You know what? Duple, pick a color.
Burple. Sorry,
Burp-
purple.
Purple it is. Well, fun
Purple.
fact.
Is that a color?
Well,
I
actually,
think I've heard of it.
well, actually, the dice I have that is purple also has blue in it, so we could call it Burple.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, so there's blue
I
and
actually
violet.
think I have a blue and yellow dye here. I do.
Nice.
so do I.
Blue and purple, I mean, yeah.
I have blue and yellow.
Pog.
I have blue and black, and I have blue and purple, and I have just solid blue, and I have bluish green.
Mm-hmm. And then, eeny, meeny, miny. You know what, Tyga? Pick a color.
Ooh, I will pick. Do you have orange?
I do not have orange, though I do have red, yellow, and brown.
Let's do brown.
Ooh, we're grabbing the coffee dice then. Nice.
I could go for some coffee. I say drinking tea.
Nah. I like
Please
both.
do not consume your dice during D&D.
Unless they're sugar dice. Then have at it.
That would be fun. Getting sugar dice that looked like D&D dice, but it was for like your tea set.
Mm-hmm. I have seen, I forget, was it a Reddit post? Where might be Tumblr. Where someone said they really want to get the sugar dice, so that they come to the session and don't tell people it's sugar dice. And then they roll something like really shit, like a nat 1 or something, and then they just go like, "No, fuck you," and like eat the dice.
Yes. I want that too. I would adore that.
I'm going to do that now.
That would be beautiful.
I'm going to eat my dice now. The real one.
Please don't eat your plastic and metal dice. Acrylic dice.
Gemstone dice are okay. Go ahead, do it. Those lapis lazuli dice, just do it.
Eat 'em.
The opinions of the players do not reflect the opinions of Nature Claws.
No, for real, don't do that.
Yeah, don't actually do that. That you could.
Yeah.
Lol, what if?
If you're gonna ingest gemstones, make sure you do heavy research on which ones are poisonous or not.
Or if you're gonna be ingesting them through the other method, flared base. Anyways.
Oh my god.
Don't worry about it. Anyways, I suppose that only leaves me one final question to ask the party now before we dive into things. Is everyone ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so. Wee! So, could one of the party members please tell me what happened last time we left our heroes?
Oh God.
That's been a little while, but...
We caught the big bad guy.
That was... Yeah, you
Yeah,
put him
well,
in a
we
bag.
brought him here.
Yeah.
We brought him back. And he's staying in Luma Farm's old room, but on the slab stone bed.
Or he's just in a. I know he's in a potato sack. I'm not sure where you guys.
Yeah,
put
and
him.
in the potato sack. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where you guys put him in the room specifically. Whether you just kind of put him on the heating rock or like in the sand pit. But
I think we discussed both options.
yeah, I'm not sure which was ultimately decided upon. We could discuss that, once we get into it. But
Good.
I mean, hey,
He's in
Lumifarn said
there.
that the rock was comfy.
that's fair, but he's also a reptile. Well, Dragonborn are not exactly reptiles. Anyway,
What are Dragonborn then, if not reptiles?
honestly, I'd
Tell us
almost.
their secrets.
I guess, as a quick
They're
aside,
plants.
no. I guess I'd almost describe them similarly to like dinosaurs. Like in that
Dinosaurs
kind.
are reptiles.
No, they're not. They're
They're
birds.
Well, they're
Birds are also reptiles. I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
we're not getting into this right now. Anyway,
The truth? We're not getting into the truth?
we're not. Next, we're gonna say that mammals are also reptiles because of synapsids. But anyway,
Well,
no. I said we're not getting into it. Anyways, is there anything else the party recalls that they feels important to note?
I
Did
can't
we take
remember.
the
Did
lady with us too?
You did.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did. We gave her like a slightly goth makeover. And it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you did a few makeovers.
Vigilance had that weird thing where his arm turned into roots, and then nothing came of it.
Yeah. He also had some weird heart palpitations, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the last session was a bit more, quote, laid back, or I should say more roleplay heavy than strictly action heavy. So.
Yeah.
We discussed with people at our little location. So we discussed with certain people like what the protocol is and what's going on, but not all of them.
Yeah.
Just most.
Discussing the
I can't remember,
after
did
the
we-
aftershocks. Oh.
Did we do the whole interrogating the girl thing last session or the
Yeah.
session before that?
That was last session.
Last session, yeah.
The session before that was
We were planning on interrogating her.
yeah,
The
and I think
session before.
yeah, and that was like I think just wrapping up combat. Like just
Yeah.
the aftermath of the battlefield, and then discussing like fuck, what do we do now?
Yeah, alright.
And then this last session was like, talking with Lady and people and doing other things. It was a bit more of a continuation of last time of the session before. Nonetheless.
Except now 1 week has passed, right?
It will be quite soon once we get into the game proper, because you guys will get have some
Yay.
downtime to do things.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my god, I have to figure out. Oh, shit, I didn't do my homework.
How dare you, Duple! I swear that you're gonna. No, it's fine. We can leave you.
I
to later.
eagerly did my homework.
Homework, okay?
No. You're at college. You're fine. I'm. It's fine. I'm just giving you shit.
Volka would dress up as a sheep, though. No shit.
Yeah, we can talk about. We'll get into Samhain outfits after the downtime, but nonetheless, any final thoughts or mentions of stuff that happened last session? Going once, going twice. Sold to the bonus question this week of what date is it currently in game?
Quartum 24. 23?
You said two things.
It's like spooky time.
It still says 23rd of Portum, so
I believe
Is it
it
the
is
23rd?
I believe it is the 23rd. Yes.
Okay.
how long has it been the 23rd of Portum? It feels like it's been the 23rd of Portum for
Well,
a while now.
the last couple sessions. The last couple sessions were just like the battle, and then after the battle, and all of that kind of stuff. So a lot of it was a bit of political and role playing discussion.
Hasn't it been like a few days though?
Since then, I think it took you guys like it's like you guys got here in the evening of the 30th, not the 30th,
Okay.
the 23rd.
Okay.
So a lot happened like in between the fight happening and then like there was a very busy day, very busy 24 hours. But anyway, before we get into the session proper, I suppose we should see to whom the fates smile kindly upon this day, and to whom shall be receiving inspiration. So first and foremost, yeah.
What was that?
That was me throwing the dice. We have a 3, so Volka gets a point of inspiration.
Fuck yeah, that's 3.
And then secondly, yeah. Oh,
Link,
that's
is that you?
I was thinking the same thing.
yeah, this guy said, yeah,
Do-do-do-do.
yeah. Sorry, it's just like Ocarina of Time, like rolling, like just going through the place. No,
His strange guttural noises.
just yeah.
And then
Anyways, that was a 3. Reroll. Just Volk already got one. Is a 4. So Nari gets a point of inspiration. The 2 druids today.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
You know, fun fact. My dad did once sign me up for like a Japanese sword fighting class, and they had us actually make the noises like as we did. Like we were like, "Hey, yeah, like just."
That's so fucking extra and stupid. I
love
it.
that.
You have to do it though. It's about
Yeah,
like
it was
expelling
literally everything
energy
we
or
had to
something.
do. Like we'd have points knocked off if we did not make the right sounds with the right
Really?
movement. Yes.
That sounds.
I think that's awesome.
I mean, like.
I also think that's
for just
awesome.
for just like distracting, and having fun with kids. That's awesome. But like in an actual like fighting like scenario, I don't know how smart of a
it's
decision
still
that is. It is still
I
cool.
don't know.
Don't get me wrong.
There's-
but yeah,
Absolutely reasons for it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's not now. God damn it.
it's like an energy thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's-
I do understand like the inhale exhale of like that whole thing, but like screaming your activity to the enemy of like yeah swing. I don't know. It seems a little much, but anyway.
Reminds me of
Um,
Jumanji.
Oh,
Pivot! Dodge!
It's been a while since I've seen Jumanji. But
The
anyway.
new one, not the old one.
Oh right,
Oh.
yeah, I haven't actually seen that one. But anyways, so I suppose now we can actually get into the thick of it, into the
Into the thick of
oh god.
it.
So, as the haggering last 24 hours have been, and even to a degree the days before of strain and bushwhacking and fighting and all kinds of chaos in helping ensure the survival of this one orc tribe, as well as also now the hopeful aid of one Archbishop Swarosom, who has since renounced his faith, but nonetheless is willing, in some capacity, to also aid in the removal of the bounty and ensure the freedom and the safety of the tribe that he has been somewhat forced, but still taking connection with. Oops, sorry, as I bumped my mic. However, only time will tell to see how the events of that shall pan out. And until then, there is a week of downtime that the party is left to their own devices to relax, to pursue personal paths and personal ventures, until the day of Samhain comes upon us, when the border between the realms begins to thin and celebration is at hand. But until then, I would actually like the party to roll initiative to see who we shall be covering first.
You had me panic for a second when you said roll
You
initiative.
do. You do. Oh,
We're doing a bar fight! Roll initiative! No.
Something has invaded the tavern.
No.
You should probably set up the combat thing before
Oof.
we roll initiative, so that our things show.
Well, I can keep track of it for me. Oh dear.
I was hoping I wouldn't go first. Oh well.
Volka and Ogilvy, you can discuss amongst yourselves who wishes to go before or after.
We could re-roll.
That too. Yeah, if you want to re-roll to see who goes first and roll second.
Rock, paper, scissors through the internet.
Okay. So then it is going in order of Vigilance, Volka, Ogilvy. Wait, sorry. Vigilance, Nari, Volka, and then Ogilvy. I believe.
Okay.
Got it.
So.
Nice.
Alrighty. So. As the dawn of the 24th arises, and the week begins to span ahead of you, what do you do in preparation, or in the meantime before Samhain begins? Very good.
Oh boy. Well, first I probably need to get my coat repaired after like it literally got shredded and burned and whatever the fuck happened. And I'm pretty sure we need to get like some clothes for our new elf friends ? To like try and blend in. So I guess I'll head to the same place where our Vigilance got his coat fixed up last time.
Yeah, I'll say you can cover basically taking care of some of those repairs and whatnot off screen if you wish. Unless you want to have a roleplay interaction with the clothier.
I don't know. I do know like Vigilance would like kind of have to like fight with Sursum to have like less flashy clothing and be like more inconspicuous and stuff. Cause
That's fair. Okay. I'll say. I'll say, what kind of outfits do you pick out for Sursum in the group?
Literally just the most plain. Like Vigilance has his own style, but he'd like just literally pick plain clothes for Sursum. Boring. Just the most like boring, plain, like yeah, basically.
Yeah, like workman's clothes, farmer's clothes, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you head over to the Starweaver boutique, getting effectively just like the cheap, workman style clothes and a couple pair of those as you talk with oh my god, where is she? With one Corellia Sarcrest, which you're a bit taken aback by considering her the countertop normally kind of covers her upper half. Until you get closer enough to see her full figure.
Yep.
Nice.
As you see the
Classic.
the tarantula-like form of her body, and you have a quick discussion with her as she seems to be kind of busy with work, kind of spinning out more bolts of fabric. If you want some workman's gear, that'll be on that table over there, and it'll cost you about. Let me actually get the prices. So you're just getting 3 outfits, or how many pairs?
For Sursum, probably like 2 or 3.
Okay.
Like enough so that he can like have like a change, but it's just boring.
Alrighty. You move past a few of the more slightly formal-looking outfits. You do actually see some pre-made costumes actually out and set up of very, very sort of ghastly, like some to look a bit more like ghostly and ghoulish. Others have a bit more of like a fiendish, kind of look. With the masks and like red, just plain fabric for like the skin and everything. They're pretty well done, at the very least, but nonetheless. For the common clothes, give me a moment, because of course we're going to be doing some shopping. Okay.
Yep.
If you're going for workman's clothes, that'll run you about 5 silver pieces per set.
5 silver pieces per set. So,
So that's a gold and a half, I believe.
gold and a half.
For 3 pieces. For three sets, basically, total.
Alrighty, I have 70. I'm trying to like figure out it's like subtraction for a half right now.
Five. It's 10 silver per 1 gold. So it's
Yeah,
Yeah, 10 copper is 1 silver, 10 silver is 1 gold, 10 gold is 1 platinum, I believe.
This is like elementary school trying to figure out how to convert like between like nickels and stuff because I have like
Oh,
a
boy!
silver and like
You're
and,
trying to
like, a
remember
certain number
money?
of gold, like- yeah, because there have to be change here. I'm trying to think, okay, how would this change work?
I guess I'll also say this in the meantime. Is there any other shopping that the rest of the party wishes to do?
How much would Vigilance's
Technically.
repairs go like for his coat?
For repairing the coats?
Because I know it was like fireproofed and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Oh dear. She kind of like you just kind of set it on the table. Like, are you sitting it on the table, or are you still wearing it? As you're.
I'll
coming
set
in?
it on the table, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't make any comments as she looks it over. Oh dear. Replacing the whole sleeve. That'll probably have to run at least about 5 or so golds. And have to give me about. I might be able to get it back by the end of the week, though I'm getting a lot of orders in for costumes.
That's all right. I'll make it 10 gold because yeah, why not?
Oh, thank you. I'll have to pull some all-nighters for this one then. Pardon me for asking. You didn't happen to see any clerical folks walking through town, heavy armor, anything like that? Seeming like
Heavy armor.
visitors coming in.
Fuck.
Have I seen anyone like that yet?
Perception?
Okay.
9. Other than the usual folks of like you've seen like Drampus, the Gravekeeper, occasionally come through, though it doesn't really wear a lot of armor. And of course there is,
Right.
oh my god, brain. Father Alosran, who again doesn't really wear a lot of armor either,
Yeah.
typically. So like those are the only really religious types you've ever seen around. At least openly walking through town. I mean, have you seen people worshiping? Absolutely, but like,
Yeah, but
not a lot of official
Not
clerics in armor or paladins in armor walking around.
right. No, I haven't seen anyone like that.
Okay, just wondering, keeping an eye out for some folks in particular.
All right. And I'm still trying to do that subtraction in my head.
Yeah, it's 5. It's yeah, and we'll end up with 5 silver for change, I believe.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that with 1 silver. My brain is not doing simple subtraction right now.
Okay. In total, for 3 pieces, it would be 1 gold and 5 silver. So,
Okay, 1 gold.
which you'd subtract from your stuff, which then would mean you have 5 silver.
Which I
and
would
change.
subtract from like something 8 gold and 1 silver. So my
No.
brain is trying to be. This is like the most simple like thing I should know, and I don't.
You're okay.
There's a reason I never became a cashier.
Oof, that is quite fair. Hang on, let me. Is there any other shopping any other party members wish to do in the meantime?
Ogilvy is.
I think Volko wouldn't entirely want to necessarily like do a whole bunch of shopping, but some for the costume. Just some.
Oh yeah, for the costume, we can cover that all under one, just gold price for the sake of things. Unless you're making it yourself.
I think Volko would make pieces of it herself.
Okay,
But because if she's going to be a sheep, then she's not making the head.
that's fair. Do
But
you
we'll-
have proficiency in weaver's tools?
We'll find out.
Because that's gonna be the kicker for making things with fabric.
Oh, it doesn't have to look good.
True, but nonetheless, that if you are proficient, we could use that and you
Where
get
would
bonuses.
I find that?
It's under tools and custom skills below your skills.
I figured out the subtraction,
Alright.
Let me
and
check.
I'm
No.
looking at the number.
I don't have proficiency.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say if you want to spend a part of your week to make the costume, I'll allow that. Well, and we can cover more of that once it comes around to your turn.
Okay.
Any other shopping outside of costume things? Just trying to get that
Ogilvy is also making his own.
Ah, okay.
I
So-
realized.
He'd be flitting
I-
around grabbing things,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
but in a very secret manner.
Noted. Alright.
Did we ever get paid for that whole thing?
Not really.
It
Because-
wasn't. It wasn't quite
Well,
something that we were supposed to get paid for.
Right.
The kid kind of just came and found us, but it was technically maybe part of one of the different requests.
Mhm.
Except then we'd have to report Sorsum like as
Yeah.
having been found, and that would lead to questions. And
Mhm.
So
the
not
main
yet,
payment
maybe
you would have been
one day.
getting would be the missing persons poster for Solorism, which gives you a decent chunk of money, but that would also,
Yeah.
you know.
I guess we also did get a lot of like support from the tribe.
Yeah,
of orcs.
you were paid
Yeah.
you were paid less in currency and more in resources and supplies
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah.
And they did promise they
Right.
would pay you back in some way. But nonetheless. So unfortunately, the party didn't actually get a lot of money.
that's
Just
fair.
what Ogilvy looted.
Yeah.
Well, that's on the horse.
Fair.
I actually put it on the horse. It's actually on the horse.
All right. Okay. Anything else that Vigilance is doing in the meantime, other than shopping?
For overall downtime, or just like
Overall
in this
downtime, in
moment?
general,
Um,
because this is encompassing kind of the entire week.
I'm like he's probably gonna want to talk to Fenris about what happened during the fight.
Mm-hmm. That is quite understandable.
Yeah. So, and then there's also that spider thing. I forgot what it's called, but
Ah, yes, the the clockwork device thing.
yeah.
Okay. So you want to go to talk to Fenris in particular?
Yep.
All right. During we'll say around the middle of the week, earlier on in the week, you make your way in between various errands, heading through the farmland and then taking the old dirt roads off into the woods over towards Loosened Cottage. And eventually you come up to knock on the door before, of course, hearing inside again, whatever.
It's just me.
Yeah, and after a few moments, you see at the door once more the familiar face of Fenris. Good evening, good afternoon. It's been quite a while. What on earth has happened?
Quite a bit of stuff. Can I come in?
Of course. Yes. Come on, I'll get some tea brewing.
Awesome.
Alright. And is there I guess to say, are you casting exposition, or are you leaving anything in particular out?
I don't know what he would leave out. I'm trying to think over. I don't know.
Okay. So I say in that case,
Like, yeah, he would go ahead and like tell about like the actual fight itself, like
Mhm.
first, so,
okay.
and the incidents.
I'll actually have him roll to see if he recognizes anything. can't say I'm too familiar with anyone with that condition before. Definitely seems that whatever curse you have is increasing its control over you, and it's spreading.
I was afraid of that.
Hang on, let me check something. As he goes to grab, looks like a small bowl of something. As he tosses like a few herbs into before muttering a brief incantation, and then just whoosh, it goes up into a bit of smoke as he seems to be casting either some type of spell. As he starts like waving the smoke underneath, just sit still for a minute though. Apologize on the smell. As he waves it under you, you kind of get that smell of like there's like smoke going right into your face, into your nose.
Oh boy.
Your eyes are watering a little bit, and you kind of get a little bit of that like that burning hair, like mixed with like a burning sage kind of smell. A little skunky. It's not great. As he, after he just kind of sets it down, and then kind of like gestures to kind of hold your face, kind of like doing a bit of a once-over over you. Yeah, it seems that your level of corruption has certainly increased.
Fuck.
Well, there are methods of mitigating this, and though unfortunately my supplies for such things are low at the current juncture. But Samhain is coming up, which hopefully attending that's the ceremony and things involved there, I believe should also actually help with that.
That's good.
The ceremonies, religious and otherwise, do have merit and do have influence on magic in certain ways. But for a short-term goal, or I'm going to just do more as something aware of before. Sorry, refresh my memory. It's also been a while since I've last seen you. Did I ever teach you that recipe? In order to create an elixir for yourself to help remove or try to purge some of the corruption from your system.
I don't believe so.
Ah, well, I suppose we'll have to start getting to teaching then.
Alrighty.
I hope you've at least remembered some of your teachings on herbalism.
Yeah, I know a little bit.
All right. I'll say going about the week, at least as part of the downtime for the week. Roll for me do you have proficiency with herbalist tools?
I have proficiency with alchemist supplies and the poisoner's kit.
Alchemy supplies is a bit more of things like gunpowder, and like some other like sort of types of substances.
Right.
In this case, I'll just have you roll a straight intelligence check for me.
Alrighty.
16, pretty good. Yeah, over the course of a few quick sessions, effectively, with Fenris over the week of trying to at least act out and improve on the creation of this elixir, even if you don't really have some of the materials on hand to use it, which makes it a bit tricky. But nonetheless, you actually gain a recipe for a particular potion, or a particular elixir. Let me see if I can actually grab it. It is... Oh god, sorry! I was dredging through some of the deeper notes for this.
Fair enough.
Here it is. It is the potion of negative purging. Which requires... I will actually grab the list for you. And also put it into Roll20. A potion of negative purging requires herbs capable of producing a healing salve, 1 serving of purifying salts, a DC 20 success on herbalism or apothecary's kit skill check using intelligence.
Okay.
I believe that's it. I'll put those in here for as well.
Alrighty.
It's a similar process for creating general healing items and medicines. Oh, why did that? They're weird. Hang on. Okay, no, that was just Roll20 being weird. Okay. So after going through all of that, and one more thing.
Yeah.
I know the last time something like this came up, it didn't go so well. However, I do want to make sure you that you're safe during these coming months, and also coming in the. Sorry, what's up there? Smoke apparently is going to be hazy. I want you to stay safe, and especially in the coming week. As the border between the realms begins to thin, not sure what's going to cross over from the forest, or anything else for that matter. Magic during this period can have some unusual interactions with things that we don't understand sometimes. And so, I've made another one of these to give to you, and hopefully it doesn't break or burn up like last time. And he gives you another amulet of protection. This one for the next week will give you protection on, basically give you advantage on wisdom saves.
Oh, good.
So there you go.
Thanks.
Of course, you're my apprentice after all at this rate.
Apprentice, huh?
I mean, that's effectively what it's becoming at this point. Even if
Kinda
nothing else.
Kind of like the sound of that.
And trust me, you're not the only child I've run into in desperate need of some education.
There's another thing that happened.
Hmm?
I'll tell him about the incident with the arm in the middle of the night.
I'll have him roll for that. I've heard stories about interactions such as this, though admittedly I've not seen many of them firsthand. I don't know exactly whom or what exactly is causing this, though I believe, this is only confirming more that whatever influences upon you, though partially fiendish in nature, considering, kind of gesturing to your horns.
Alright.
There's also something aberrant, titanic, in that way.
Aberrant.
Eldritch.
Oh boy. Just what I need.
I might have to make connections with a few people to get some more information on whom it could be, though such information is lacking for good reason, as that sort of knowledge can be scary in the wrong hands.
Right.
And also, depending on how far you delve, can easily drive you mad.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Yeah.
However, unfortunately, if we wish to learn more about your curse, we're going to have to learn more about what you are, or at least what form of blood is flowing through your veins.
Yeah.
It's risky, but it's... If we want to at least help you, and help to at least alleviate your curse more, it's inevitable at some point.
I get it. Yeah.
But I'll be here. And whatever risks we're going to be taking, hopefully I can mitigate them somewhat.
Thanks.
I've helped many young folk like yourself to at least protect them somewhat from the darker powers and those that lay beyond.
Just hope that this doesn't get the better of me. Yeah.
If I have anything to say about it, I will do anything in my power to prevent that from happening.
Thanks.
Of course. I think the tea's about done at this point.
All right.
And unless you have anything else to say to him, you continue to have a wonderful rest of your, rest of your evening. Is there any other small things that you wish to do during the meantime?
There was a spider thing I wanted to check in on.
Ah, yes. Wanted to check in with. I don't know if you can recall his name.
I do not. It's been so long.
I believe you have to talk to the resident artificer Derenul.
Right.
A Kuradar individual. Which unfortunately I don't have great art for him. Well, nonetheless, the Kuradar individual, of which they are, relatively tall, is soft, kind of a bluish violet skin, tendrils for it, almost like hair going down the back of the head. For him, kind of tied up into a ponytail, almost like Lucian from Overwatch, a little bit. Or sorry, not Lucian, Lucio. Where it's like the thick.
You're just talking to Lucian.
Sorry, not Lucien, Lucio. Almost think of it like a dread ponytail a little bit, and like that kind of thickness. Along with also like having these like bright, prominent goggles over the face, and like a very clear like stained engineer kind of uniform, like workman's overalls and everything. As you knock on the door and walk into his little shop, as he's looks like at this point he's actually you at least recall the exoskeleton, the beginnings of the mechanical exoskeleton he was making for that old Warforged core
right.
that you guys found a while ago. The head is done, actually, apparently. Though, or at least it seems mostly done, as either, looks like in like the coming couple days they'll be either attaching it or something soon. As Derenul gets up from like this mechanism he's currently working on to look. Ah, good evening.
Hey.
It has been quite a while.
Yeah, it has been kind of busy as of late. How are things going on your end?
Oh, I have been doing a little more experimentation and reverse engineering what you have been giving me. And I was able to. I have figured out the method of how, though it'll take me a little more time as to getting it to work properly. So, I was able to figure out a method to basically double back, I believe the common term is, and try and pinpoint where the last location this construct was receiving signals from. However, the only way I can do that easily, if I do it quickly now, she will know that we have discovered the location.
Right.
Or whoever this is. Or, if I take a bit more time to be careful, I might be able to get it without while staying under the scrying orb, if you will.
Huh.
So, if we want this to be done quickly, I can get the location quicker, though it will be at a more of a risk of her than he. We don't even know who this is.
I don't know.
Well, either way, whoever they are, that will be at risk of them finding us and finding out that we know, which that could be
Yeah.
difficult, or at least make things more tricky. So, if you want it now, I could get you the coordinates, at least the direction by the end of today, or at least by the end of this week, I should say. However, if you want me to be more careful, it'll be by the end of next week, or I might be able to bring in a few all-nighters, depending.
How long was vigilance given for as it like time frame wise to get one of these?
I'm trying to remember if you were ever given a time frame. I don't think you were.
I know, like for the deal itself had a time frame, so.
Let me double check.
I think it was like a month or something.
Yeah, it might have been by
months.
the end of either by the end of next month or something like that. That's probably a safe bet. You at least probably want to get it to him at least sooner rather than later, though it doesn't have to be necessarily like right now.
Right.
So then at least give you like, if you wait at least maybe about 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
To search for it, if like after getting the signal, and at that point.
Yeah, and like I've also had like another idea in mind with this too. So like, yeah, we can wait a bit. I think, yeah,
Okay.
if that's like the safest option.
I don't. Yeah, we'll see if it has to take all week, but
Right.
I'll see how far I can get. I'm also with what free time. My main projects is of course working on. They haven't really given a name yet, and I'm still working on putting in a voice box, but hopefully they'll be able to put in a bit more input as to what they want for their body.
You've got communication going with them?
Not yet, but soon.
Oh.
He gestures to the crystal in like this brass kind of casing next to where the head is. I still have to attach the head to the exoskeleton and start running a few filaments and fibers through. But hopefully, maybe by next week, fingers crossed, he'll be talked. I keep presuming he. We don't know what they are. They will start talking soon. Though admittedly not really have much room to walk yet, but baby steps.
Right.
So, anything else you need of me here before heading out? Any other magic items you need enchanted, or anything else on hand?
I think I'm good.
Okay, well...
Would you try and reject a tip again if I gave you another tip?
He lowers his... he kind of, like, lowers his gaze, lowers his eyes a little bit, like, really? I appreciate the offer, but I am not in desperate need of money right now. As small of a business this is, I am not high maintenance. Keep it.
Fair enough.
Trust me, this is a passion project. Well, I suppose in that case I'll not take you any longer.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck with the spider thing and getting them going. So.
Farewell, as he just kind of waves as he turns his chair back around back to the work table.
All right.
Okay.
And Vigilance has like a different idea in mind for the spider if the one is going to take a while. So.
Okay. I'll say, well, it depends on how long this thing is, but you might be able to fit in one more short thing. If we'll have to start like speeding this through a bit, getting onto the rest of the players.
He would basically ask Anjox for help.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Roll a persuasion check. I'll say for this.
Okay. Ha!
Okay. You tap onto you kind of like you're kind of wandering around the adventure center bit before you're just like, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Before you just like, hang on a minute, do I just, as you just knock on one of the walls in like a hallway before you just kind of there's a hatch that opens as his head just peers out. I believe my presence was requested.
Hey. You remember those spidery things, right? Those mechanical
Oh yes, the little what are they, about the size of a grapefruit?
yeah, something like that.
Hmm.
Do you think for certain reason I kind of need to get my hands on one of those intact? Do you think you could help me figure that out?
His eyes kind of squint a little bit. Well, as much as I do love toying with people, this seems a... I have a hankering that whomever or whatever is behind these constructs, if I continue trying to mess with them, that's going to attract some unwanted attention we don't really want now, do we?
Alright. Fuck.
If it were easier, I'd be more than willing to do so. But even so, trying to stay quiet, even with my even under my persuasion, that might be a bit difficult.
What if I paid you extra?
One more persuasion check.
Okay.
As much as extra gold would be nice, I do appreciate my life more. And I feel like this would increase my chances of dying, so I'd rather not do that.
Yeah,
That also might also increase the risk for a few of the folks here that I rather not die. Thank you very much.
Right.
No offense, of course.
I get it. Yeah. Forget I asked. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Doodles. And he just closes the wall again.
Okay.
All right. So, I suppose in that case, probably wraps it about up for Vigilance. Moving on, we have Nari. How you spending your week?
Oh, the thing is, you're talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, a few things. Firstly, Nari's gonna spend like most of the week just observing this whole town and everything around it. Just walking around as inconspicuous as a frog covered in bones can be.
A brightly colored frog covered in bones could be.
Listen, I think she has access to a pot without a trace. It's fine.
Sure.
If she wants to not be seen, she can.
Touche.
So yeah, just kind of doing essentially intel gathering, I guess.
Okay.
Just finding out how people here live, what they talk about, what kind of what's the word I'm looking for? What the authorities do here.
Ah, okay. So, people, culture, and police.
Yes.
Noted. Okay, alright. I'll say in that case, roll for me either perception or, weirdly, insight. I would also allow for this.
I will do perception because that is a big number that I have.
Big number. Okay, 16. You kind of already got the vibe of this just from Newark Arcaster in general, you know, just looking and talking with people that it was, of course, a very religious society and a very religious people. Like, except there's a lot of individual, like, saints, people call them, that are going around, like you'll see, like, little shrines and whatnot to, like, something called Saint Viridis out near the farmlands, but you'll also see, like, near the big tree in the middle of town in Oak Beacon, near the fountain, next to this statue of a human gentleman with a beard. Presumably is either, like, a historical figure or, like, a mayor or something. There's also little statues around him. It looks like of various different saints, like a saint dedicated to, like, the hunt and the wilderness and, you know, things like that. In terms of police, pretty light around here, actually. Where in other major cities you would see, like, like guards going around in, like, plate mail or chain mail and, like, a spear, a sword, and shield in hand, or something like that. Occasionally you might see some firearms, though that's more in, like, the bigger towns and some of the more higher guards.
Yeah.
Around here, it seems to mostly be more of, like, a militia, of, like, basically the hunters and rangers doing patrols around the town, but even then that's relatively light. Which is weird that, like, while there isn't really a lot of guards, like, guard presence here, there isn't really a lot of crime either, in that, like... Oh, sorry, I heard someone else on the mic. Like, you don't see, like, weird back alley deals, really. You don't really see much of any, like, any weird, scrutinous or scandalous activity. Like, it's pretty quiet. It's pretty calm on that end of things. Heard that again.
Who keeps...
Yeah, I keep hearing that from someone's mic.
Oh, Tyga.
Oh.
What's going on?
We're echoing from your mic.
Yeah, I heard myself echoing through your mic here and there.
Oop.
Yeah, not sure what would be causing that, but just keeping it aware. So, yeah, on that end. Outside of that, most of the people here seem to have some form of, like, at least in terms of what they worship, worshipping various beings associated with, agriculture, nature, the wilds, the wilderness, hunting, things like that. There are, like, some smaller, like worship and statues dedicated to, some form of death worship, which there is, of course, a graveyard on the outskirts of town, who is actually led by this, Vulture Kenku, weirdly enough. He doesn't really come through town much, as much as you've heard, like, some talk about him, and that he's apparently blind. However, he can still see things, or see people in some way.
Yeah.
But nonetheless. So, like, in terms of people's view here of religion and of death, like, there, it seems to be more traditional, quote, Newarcaster, like, don't mess with corpses, at the very least, like, don't disturb the dead, and the buried and stuff like that. Yeah. Any, like, specific questions, that you're searching for, or?
I guess, just, generally, like, what's the nature, like, around this, like, just outside the town?
Okay.
No, the less developed bits.
Alright. I'll say with a 16, we can keep that. There is, in the local flora around here, there seems to be a larger quantity of, like, dire creatures, like dire wolves and dire bears, which you saw firsthand, and other sort of, like, either larger sort of megafauna-esque, like, larger versions of other creatures that you're aware of, in, like, other parts of Newarcaster. There's, of course, also a big old lake nearby, which has apparently a few interesting things. Namely, apparently now, in recent time, there is a giant, like, axolotl thing in the lake.
Oh.
Which apparently some of your compatriots helped to bring here, as in your
see.
party. Apparently there used to be a baby dragon turtle that lived in the lake, but they managed to help get that out, and have since replaced it with a big ol' salamander-looking dude. And the, originally they were called, like, Murlocs, or Murlocs, but, turns out they're actually called the Shiokoi, is their proper term. This small group of, fish-like kind of people, like little hunched-over, fish people with, like, spears, that before they were, capturing and, like, raiding fishing boats, to specifically feed The big old baby dragon turtle. Though now it mainly eats things like water bugs and like things in plants and stuff, and so it's a lot more peaceful. And now things are apparently a lot more amicable with them. However, outside of that, when it comes to certain like wildlife in that area in the water, again, giant like freshwater creatures. Like there's some big ass fish in the water here. Like way bigger than you'd expect for things like this. You know, and like there's the occasional massive like big salamander and a couple amphibians in here. But nonetheless, like typical, you know, deciduous forest, freshwater, you know, things like that of that nature.
I see. All right.
Mhm.
There was something else. Oh yeah, familiars. How do they work?
Yes. Okay. If we... So, I believe we've talked a bit about familiars before, and the certain
A bit.
ritual you need to do to it. If we need a recap, that's fine.
Jeez.
Yes. So, for you, 3 big things you need to do as preparation for this ritual is that you need, well, 3 things. Fur, feathers, and scales. And whether it be, you know, taking it from certain wildlife or, you know, buying it, you can theoretically do if you, like, go to a magic shop, which there is one in town, and stuff like that.
I think while exploring the wilds around town, she will get each from something that has recently died.
Okay.
Find a fish washed up, and find a bird.
Okay. Roll just a general survival check for me.
Okay.
Oh. One moment, please.
Nice.
Found the crap out of those feathers.
Okay. I might have to actually change the
found 3
music,
dead bugs.
for a little bit. Give me a moment.
I heard the reactions and I was like, oh, it must be good. And then I saw it and I was like, oh.
So, as periodically as you're taking time throughout the week looking for the dead and the dying around the wilds of this place, and, you know, here and there you find, like, oh, you know, there's a bird that maybe a hunter missed, you know, as they, like, from a few that they were shooting down, or like that, or something that was never found in the foliage. Or, you know, another animal that's recently deceased somewhere nearby, or like what remains of a fish that's near the shoreline. And as you make your way towards out some of the deeper sections of the woods, you eventually do find, like, almost in a kind of clearing, like, or like sort of stationed in this kind of like particular clearing. It looks to be what remains of a deer. Though like it does still have some bits of fur left on it, though otherwise it's mostly like either picked at by other scavengers and whatnot. However, as you move closer to, you know, just take some of what's left behind that's not really rotten or matted.
Yeah.
Because you'll need like a little scrap of it for the ritual. You hear a twig snap.
I'm fucking hiding. Just trying to listen where that's coming from.
Okay. I'll say for this, roll a perception check with advantage because of that nat 20.
Fucking hell.
13.
So rude.
You peer your eyes out from a nearby bush as you're looking out at the variety of foliage and ground cover and various cast shadows in the very thick, heavy canopy overhead. Until you swear you can make out a pair of glowing orange eyes from one of the entanglements of, vines and shrubbery and old kind of autumn trees. That, as that happens, you swear for a moment it's almost looking dead at you. Before it just kind of slips behind, you see the eyes slip behind a tree and disappear. Before about 10, 15 feet away, you can almost make out what looks like the sockets that these glowing orange orbs are in, and you see a deer skull. Connected of which seems to be a tall, lanky humanoid body, though clearly not made of flesh or skin or anything of that nature. Almost the sort of corded and bound vines and vegetation and plant matter as... Hold on a moment. This is apparently the music decided to stop on me. Oops, shit. Oh, for some reason it's... Sorry, for some reason Hydra unfortunately decided to kick the bucket. Oh no, there we go. There we go. Never mind. And you see slowly creeping its way closer. What you realize now is, gnarled and pointed branches and vines rather than claws and feet. You see this being. And its approach is slow, coming towards the deer carcass. As it, the old gnarled root and wooden head just kind of cracks a bit as it turns to look down. And it turns to look over in the shrubbery where you are currently hiding. And just seems to be watching you. At this point, I'd probably say you're about, 30 feet away as this thing is looking over at you. One final note, I will say that you immediately recognize, because you actually saw one of these fairly intimately. You see two skulls on the hip, or around the waist of this being. The only pieces of, almost what you can almost say is clothing. Of, ropes and tattered rags around its waist. Where you can see two humanoid skulls of some kind. They're almost, half tied, half embedded into the side of the being. Is there anything in particular that you're doing as this being locks eyes with you? Artemis, you're currently muted.
Fucking... I always forget. She kind of just stares at it for a bit, seeing if it does anything except just look at her.
Okay.
And if it
moment-
doesn't
Oh,
do anything, she'll approach.
okay. That moment of silence between you and it lasts for about 5 minutes, 10, 15. You quickly note that it doesn't really, you know, like idly move. Like you don't really see the chest heaving with wrath, or you know the fingers or limbs kind of twitching a bit, just a bit of natural movement. It's very still and very quiet. Before it eventually looks back down at the remains of the bones, as you see some vegetation and plant life, as one of its hands extend and reach out into the dirt. Grasses and mosses and vines start enwrapping themselves around the remains of the carcass, almost seemingly claiming it back to the earth. Before the head just kind of slowly turns back to look at you. And do you still approach?
Yep.
As the moment you step a foot out of the bush, the creature immediately kind of crack. You hear the wood creaking as it stands up tall before it just calmly shambles and makes its way behind another tree passing by, as it doesn't come out the other side.
Oh, lovely. She will go for the carcass, see if there's anything left, and if the plants haven't reclaimed it yet.
You do hear a bit of a soft cracking noise as you hear one of the bones breaking. As roll an investigation check, actually.
Oh boy, that's gonna be shit. Okay, not that bad. I have a +1.
Because this is more like intricate detail work looking. Ooh. The bones are covered in plants. So, unless you want to try to pry those apart and try to get at the bones inside,
No, I think she's gonna keep looking for other things.
That's fair. Yeah. Otherwise,
but she will be.
Oh, yeah.
Adding a bit onto that process magically.
Okay. As you, using your magic, help to break down some more of the biological matter.
Oh, you cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, as you help magically to break apart some of the biological matter of what remains of the carcass and moving on, you eventually find, as you're looking for, the fur, feathers, and scales that you require. Specifically, the scales from a leftover trout, the fur of a stag, and the feathers of a crow. And I will say, for the sake of this, because of how the familiar ritual works, I actually would kind of want to leave that for the end, the end part of the session.
Cool.
So we'll probably wrap up with some of that, and maybe either right before Samhain or on Samhain, depending on how far we get with downtime stuff, we can get into that and then go through the whole ritual. Because once that ritual is done, I need to write up some stat blocks. So either way, mechanically, you won't get the stats for the familiar at least until next session. But either way,
fine by me.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But until then, let's get this creepy music out of the way.
She's gonna also, while going around the forest, will find probably you'd cut out again while you were describing it. What fur did I get?
It was the fur of a stag. Yes, the fur of a stag, the scales of a trout, and the feathers of a crow.
I see.
Actually, that is one thing to note with the wildlife in the area. There's actually quite a few crows. Not like hundreds of them all in like one area, but like it's a lot more cawing around than like most places, at least depending on the place you look in the woods.
Interesting. For her quote-unquote costume for Samhain, she's gonna find another dead thing, probably a scavenger, process its body, specifically its skin, like smoke it dry, and use its bones to make some jewelry and general body decorations.
Sorry, I was half expecting you just like, all right, I'm just gonna dry the bones and skin, and I'm gonna wear it. Just draw it over you like a fucking like cloak, like a hoodie. Like, all right, I'm ready.
No. I mean, that's basically what she's doing, but she's gonna smoke it first. Like, dry it out,
much more
make sure it's
ceremonial.
not-
Much more
exactly.
ornate looking. Okay.
Everyone's gonna. She's gonna be missing for like a couple of days as she's out in the woods smoking skin.
Yeah. Also, for the sake of this, I'll have you make a roll with. Do you have proficiency with leatherworking tools?
No, I have
Okay.
I have herbalism kit.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't really apply, at least for like skins and like bone carving. So I'll say in this case, this will just be a straight dexterity check to see how good you are at processing this and like putting it all together.
Okay.
And it'll probably take up like most of the rest of the week for like getting the stuff and crafting. 17. Okay. You don't know for certain if it'll last for like weeks on end. But at least for tonight, for at least the night of Samhain, as long as you don't like mess around with it much. Is there a particular animal you'd be looking for? Other than like something larger?
Something about her size that's probably a scavenger. So like a fox question?
Okay. It takes a little bit of looking around and also just kind of asking from like hunters of like, hey, do you got any scraps you want to get rid of?
See anything? Anything dead in the forest?
The main scavenger you can think of is of course like crows. That's the big one. But like weirdly enough, there's not a lot of predators in the nearby woods. Like there's been like zero problems with like foxes and hen houses or like wolves killing any sheep or like anything like that in like decades. In like the decades that this colony's been around. There's been plenty of prey animals, stags and fish in the pond and things like that. But like, for some scavengers, at least going further out from that, like you might be able to find one of the hunters actually does come back with a it actually does look to be they managed to hunt a direwolf, or like they killed a direwolf that they were trying to protect themselves from. And so you're just like, hey, can I take some of those bits? And just kind of, and the hunters just kind of look at you before just shrugging as they just, take some of like the teeth and claws and leave you behind like the skull and like parts of the pelt to cover you. The direwolf skull is like easily big. It's easily
as
big
big
enough
as she is.
Yeah, not as big, not as big as you are, but like you could almost wear it like a fucking backpack. Like it's a pretty long, at least like lengthwise. For making a costume, it looked pretty cool. Might be a little top heavy unless you readjust a few things. But other than that, you could make something work with this.
Sure. She'll basically just make a cloak out of the head bits. And with teeth and knuckle bones and stuff.
I almost kind of like to imagine like it's the bleached like wolf skull for the helmet, and then down the back there's like a fur cloak kind of, and then towards the hands maybe there's like bone kind of like protective like ringlets or like the fangs on the fingertips or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Make it look snazzy. Other than that, any final short things to wrap up?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Next up then, hi Volka, how you doing, buddy?
Having
Hello.
fun. Just spent the whole time assessing how I'm gonna get this sheep costume.
Nice.
So, here's the plan.
Okay. I'm gonna go kill a
Volka
sheep.
is an orc.
No.
Yes.
Oh wait, actually?
Volka is an orc, and I kind of feel like, you know, she already has like the skull of like something, I think it was like a coyote or something that
Yep.
she keeps with her.
Mhm.
And I kind of think like the way that she would make a sheep costume is with going with the skull, you know?
Mhm.
So she's either going to look for someone who can give her a sheep skull or get a sheep skull herself.
Okay. I'll say, if you could roll a persuasion check going about amongst the ranchers, the sheep, specifically the shepherds, to see if they're willing to give you a sheep skull of what remains of one of the animals they're slaughtering.
Great. Exactly what I'm looking for.
Are you just getting just
Alright.
the skull, or like any other sheep parts?
Probably just the skull and maybe like some of the wool, just for fun.
Alright.
You know, what did you say? Perception?
Persuasion. 'Cause
Persuasion. I
you're
always confuse those.
Yeah, because you're convincing the farmer that that's a
I'm
6.
convincing the farmer.
Would you like to use a point of inspiration?
Yes!
Sure, then I'll allow you to re-roll.
Alright, let me delete one of my points. There we go.
Mhm.
Persuasion.
Oof.
God damn it. That's okay.
The farmer is kind of like scratching his head at you, like, what the fuck is she talking about? It's like this older, like, human dude, with a, actually, weirdly enough, he kind of goes to turn over to who you presume is his wife, who's actually an elven woman that looks a lot younger than him, but also elves. As it kind of turns over, back to you, just, we don't really keep alive the bones around, whenever we slaughter any of the sheep. I mean, we might, if you want that in particular, you'd have to probably buy one of the whole sheep.
How much is a sheep?
Good question. How much,
And how much does Volka have?
So, for a sheep, give me a second.
Wait, where'd my list of coinage go?
All right, for one of our best quality old bighorn sheep over here, that's gonna run you at least about 10 gold.
That seems kind of a lot. Where is my gold? It
It should be,
appears not in my
it's under
chart.
equipment section.
Equipment. Oh, okay. Oh, I have plenty. Okay. 10 is fine. Yeah, 10 gold is fine for a
Alright.
sheepy.
All right, we can get you one of our older ewes.
Yeah, one that preferably doesn't have a lot left in her anyway.
All right,
That I don't feel bad.
Carowin, can you go and get me Jezebel from out back? As the elf just kind of rolls her eyes, just goes back out into the field as she gives you on a lead with like a little bit of a harness. You get an older female sheep. They look to be about like probably they look to be very old. Probably at least about hang on. How much does a sheep weigh?
Like, is she on her way out, or like?
She's probably not gonna have any kids anymore.
Okay.
But like it's definitely on, like, or at least not definitely on that end of like she probably only has like maybe about 5 or so years left in her, maybe a little less, maybe a little more.
Okay.
Probably
is,
probably
like,
at least
staring-
about 200 pounds.
Okay. Volka's like staring at the sheep like, man, what have I got myself into already? And she like pets the sheep and she's like, it's okay,
Ooh,
sheepy.
that's good.
So I think what she's gonna do is, out of respect, she's gonna take the sheep out to a good dinner for sheepies. You know?
Okay. All right, you're feeding the sheep.
Yeah, very well. Very well.
So like, is
Because
it just
we're
like?
also gonna use like her for food, obviously. You know.
Mm-hmm. So like,
But
I
I
guess
think I wanna
to
make sure
clarify, for good eating for the sheep, are you like buying something for her to eat, like some alfalfa, or like are you like okay, there's a nice like pristine looking field out there to just walk her out to graze in.
I'll just take her to a field without
Okay.
telling anyone.
All
Yeah.
right.
Did
Unfortunately,
you say
is, like,
without telling her?
I'll say.
Well, I'll tell the sheep. Okay.
I'll say for the sake of this, if you want to roll a stealth check to go out onto an open field that is probably owned by another herder or farmer, to get the grass on the highest hill for them to graze on.
Like dexterity too.
Okay. All right.
Okay, better than my persuasion.
Let's get the coffee dice to roll for this to see if anyone notices. As you start heading out, you do actually see, looks to be, actually the biggest field that would probably work is actually the shepherd's field. As you look out at the pristine, sort of verdant green hills, probably the last few shades of green before the first frost in the next coming weeks.
Yes.
As you just like, all right, you carefully sneak your way through the fence on the other side of the field. After the old shepherd guy has since gone back inside to his home, basically have to carry her back over the fence to get her out here, and then eventually, through a long, arduous process, over the course of at least an hour or two, you get her out to the most pristine field, looking out across the sunset as she just begins grazing, like as if nothing is wrong in the world.
Yes.
And the moment is nice. It's quiet and quaint before eventually you kind of hear movement off in the distance and like, oh shit, the farmer's coming out to round the sheep in. Probably should move. And
yeah, at that point, I would escape with my life.
You have fed the sheep. You have given them their last rites. You have.
I have to like makeshift shear the sheep too, because that's space, because I need the wool, and also because like that's a freeing process for a sheep that has much wool.
That is fair.
As long as you spend time with the sheep, man.
I gotta make sure the sheep knows it's okay.
All right, so you. I'll say. Where are you doing this? Where the fuck are you doing this, by the way? Are you taking this back to the adventure center? Are you just going out in the woods? Like...
Can I go to the adventure, like walk into the adventure center with a sheep, and just be like, "Hey, can anyone help me with this? Because like I don't know if I can do this alone."
Okay.
Like this wasn't really Volka's thing in her tribe.
You see as Mitsuki is coming out with a couple plates of food, her head just turns to look out of her peripheral to see you walking inside, probably covered in grass stains at this point, from everything going on. And then you just have a sheep that's, like, they're still chewing, by the way. They're, like, as they have, like, a large, like, tuft of grass currently chewing. As Mitsuki just slowly tilts her head before she just she sets a plate down on the table and holds up with one of her like proper digit arms. Just holds up a finger of like 1 second before she puts the plates down on the table. There's a few of the heads turning that looks a little confused from the customers before Miski heads back into the kitchen. And after a presumably quick conversation, you actually see Rolfa come out. Just, what are you doing with the sheep?
Exactly who I was looking for. Okay, so, Rolfa, hear me out.
What are you doing with the sheep?
I need some sheep meat for eating later. Thank you, first of all. Second of all,
You've got fresh, I appreciate.
Yeah, I thought you would. I need a sheep skull, and this is the only way I could find one.
Do you want pelt? Do you want bones? Do you want anything else of sheep?
Skull, pelt, including wool. And then if you have a use for the bones and whatnot, that's completely fine. But also, I would ask that the sheep, out of respect, all of us as a nice dinner during Halloween. I think that would be lovely. I mean, during yes, Samhain, yes. I think that would be a lovely dinner.
Rolfa kind of just kind of like wipes the sweat from her brow a bit and is just during Samhain, the tavern will be closed.
Oh yeah, I just mean for like those of us who live here, like that. This is kind of our just a little group. Yeah, you don't even have to make it if you're saying you have like it off, because I get that.
I can prepare meal.
Oh, thanks.
She just nods before just kind of. She actually just picks up the sheep and just carries it back into the kitchen, just as they go through.
Thank you, sheep. What should we name her?
Don't name the sheep.
Well, yeah. I gotta be nice to her.
All right, Volka. I'm flipping the hourglass on what you're naming this sheep before it's slaughtered.
Okay.
If we're making a thing of this, we're making a thing of this.
I'm looking up good sheep names.
Anyone else have any recommendations? We have 3 minutes.
What about Ma? M-A-A. From Babe? Ma! Ma!
That's funny. That's cute. I like it.
Eugene.
I'm liking it.
Eugene. It's not
What
bad.
was the second off?
We have Eugene. We have Ma. I'd almost want to call. Eustace is also, I think, a guy name.
Let's go with Eugene. Ma is the middle name. What's the last name?
Dinkelstein.
Done.
And so.
All right. How do I spell this so I can put this in my notes?
Well,
So
funnily
we have-
enough, Finkelstein is, I know exactly how to spell that one.
So I like to think that Eugene is E-W-E.
Yep.
Eugene Ma Dinkelstein.
Oh, Dinkelstein.
I thought you said
Dinkelstein?
Finkelstein.
Dinkelstein? So as
I thought it
Eugene
was.
Ma Dinkelstein has been just as quickly as christened as they are slaughtered, and their life is lost to the world.
Me as a human being, I feel awful. Volka as an orc feels not great, but she gets it.
Like
I
yeah,
don't as a human being, but Volka does.
That is fair.
It is a matter of life.
And after
Yes.
about like what, an hour maybe, eventually after about 15 seconds there's some loud bleeding before they stop. After about an hour, Volka just comes back out of the kitchen with not only the skull but the pelt in tow, clean, with wool still attached.
Let's go. Perfect. Now Volka is gonna head straight to the person who was helping vigilance with the clothing.
Okay.
And she's gonna drop the
Jesus
skull and
Christ.
the belt on her desk and say, "Make me a nice hat for Halloween. Don't ask where I got this." And then I'll do the rest.
Corellia! Just, as you walk in, just like, hello, good afternoon, how are you doing? Oh, as you just drop the skull and pelt on the table. I can make something out of this.
I wanted to have really cute ears.
Alright. I can do this. I can
Yeah.
make it into a sort of, almost like a shawl, to cover over the head and go down the back.
Sure, that would be lovely.
Alright, I'll say this is definitely a very interesting piece. Alright, this will probably run you about, for making this, from me, from me, about 10 gold pieces?
Okay, sounds fair.
Okay. Alright, hopefully this should be done, probably all of it should be at least done before the day before Samhain.
Lovely.
Everything ready. Alright, do you need anything else of me while you're here?
No, that seems great. Thank you for your service, for your work. Yeah.
Pleasure doing business with you. She just picks up the skull and the
Of course.
pelts and just kind of like slightly quizzically kind of takes it in the back, start prepping things.
Volka's just like oblivious to the fact that this is weird to other people.
Okay. After you have wined, dined, and then subsequently named and slaughtered a sheep, anything else you're doing during this week?
Yeah, I think on a more serious note, she would go to the library and, I think she's done this before for specifically the Spine Spear tribe.
Mm-hmm.
She, looked up information about the Orc tribe, but I want to look up also more information about just, how orcs are portrayed in general, in the local community, and also, their relations with elves, specifically.
Okay.
So I can connect those pieces for later.
Sure. I'll say in that case, you can you talk a bit with Soranox, the older Noctura gentleman, which I will grab what he looks like for the sake of the cast. There's Selstrix, there's Soranox. This individual, with a pair of these big bifocals that he has over his face. I'll say for this, if you would like to roll a history check with advantage, with the help of Soranox and, you're, being an orc and knowing what to look for.
Okie dokie.
Soft 20.
Nice.
So, Soranox does eventually find you a couple books to kind of cross-reference, some of which are from a variety of sources, some written more generally by New Arcaster, from a human author, one by a Wood Elven author, and another by, unfortunately, a Sun Elven author.
Lovely.
And so, the opinions of orcs in New Arcaster is a bit of a complicated subject. Particularly because, interactions with a variety of different tribes. Some being more hostile to New Arcaster, others more amicable. There are plenty of border conflicts, whether it be, raids either from orc tribes or even, New Arcaster skirmishes, with orc tribes on the frontier. Or even New Arcaster allying with some orcs that are at war with other tribes, and getting involved that way. On a political side of things, it's kind of a mess. There are some that are a bit, that are somewhat aggravated and aggressive towards orcs in that, we've been fighting, X number of tribes for the past, decade. You know, and like people in the military kind of like having some not so good orc experiences. I mean, Mira, and everything. But then, of course, there's also that are, you know, being amicable and being willing to you know, allow orcs to be citizens within New Arcaster, especially within recent years, and things like that, and allowing them to have more rights and liberties and like, you know, jurisdiction along with a lot of other immigrants. Of course, the Keenerethi and the Elven view on orcs, in particular, is a bit more oof. Elves, it's a bit of a toss-up. There are definitely plenty that are very much like either are just kind of neutral and ambivalent, or like if there is any there is a historical precedent, you know, with the Tantrami Crusades and a bunch of elves dying at the hands of orcs. There are some that are like a bit more conservative traditionalists on, like, you know, like being a bit more antagonistic towards orcs because of that tribe, while most people are just kind of willing to let it go because they weren't connected, and also it's been fucking, you know, hundreds of years. The Keenerethi, on the other hand, are not willing to let it go in a lot of circumstances. And, like, overall, the range of opinions can go from, like, genuinely being nice to them to meaning well, but still kind of being a little racist in terms of, like, oh, they, you know, like sort of the naive or, like, ignorant of, like, oh, we can uplift them and make them, you know, bring them into our modern society. And then there's others that, of course, treat them very much as barbarians and very barbaric and savages. And yeah, there's a wide range, unfortunately. With elves, it's a bit more of like a polarized thought of, like, most people are either chill and okay with them or fucking hate them, especially on the Sun Elf part. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to give a one straight answer on that end.
Is there any, like, historical moments in particular between, like, similar orc tribes to hers and, like, the Keenereth that, like, in particular stand out for hatred? Or, like, is it just in general over lots and lots of time?
With a 20, interestingly enough, while, for the most part, the Keenerethi are just generally kind of hostile, or at least not exactly friendly, with most orc tribes, there actually is one that are actively allies with the Keenerethi that you find in your research.
Okay.
Specifically called the Slashwaya, or in common translating to the Dancing Sons. I will spell that for you. Slashwaya, Dancing Sons. Which, they're an interesting bunch in that apparently, they are very much devoted, like, they effectively worship the sun, as per the name. However, there has been a movement of a certain group of Keenerethi, pilgrims, effectively, or Keenerethi, what's the term? Preachers? Like, where you're trying to convert other people to your religion.
Missionaries.
Missionaries, thank you.
Missionaries.
Yeah, Keenerethi missionaries, going out into Orcish lands to basically, like, you know, get them to preach the good word and sanctify their souls and that whole type of idea. And with the Slashwaya, that actually got some decent ground, and their worship of the sun almost transitioned to them worshiping Kalian as sort of a hero or a war god of the sun.
Okay.
And now, they actually have the current chiefess of the Slashwaya is actually married to a Sun Elf noble, a Sun Elf guy.
Okay.
However, the big thing that catches your eye is that they are a very big proponent for, quote, converting other tribes under the fold. I.e., with how it's worded, it seems less of peaceful conversion and more so of raiding and enslaving them and then using them to build their temples and their ritual sites.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
Big question. But to understand this in IRL people terms, is this very similar to like white people walking into Native American people's land and then trying to convert them kind of shit? Or is there a little more diplomacy? Or is it just largely that's what it is?
In the case of the Slushwaya, I hate to make the parallels, but probably closer to the to the Native American side of things.
Okay.
However, there does seem to still be a very amicable like relation between the Chiefess and the Kinnarethi. In that there isn't really a whole lot of bad blood. It's more so like either she converted and took over, or she's been the leader and like beat up a bunch of people until they were convinced like, okay, we're worshiping this thing now, or what the circumstances are. Otherwise, it's a lot less antagonistic and bloody than you expected.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a lot of good info.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all. That's about it. All I got for what Volka's doing this week.
All right, Pog. Any last minute like individual things or talking with specific people, or is that about it?
I think that's it on Volka, at least.
Okay. Next up, then, we have Ogilvy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Ogilvy has a couple things he wants to do. So the first thing he wants to do is go to the tailor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone's making trips to Spider Lady.
But he's gonna be he's not coming with supplies. He's just gonna walk right on in. But everything right now he's doing is very sneaky. So just in case anybody else in the party happens to come across him, he's acting suspicious.
I'll say in that case, roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Just against other people's passives.
Yes. Where is that stuff? There is that stuff.
Ooh. Do you have a point of inspiration you would like to use, or would someone else like to use a point of inspiration?
Yeah, I don't have inspiration.
Okay. I somewhat doubt, though, the option is out there if someone really wants him to be sneaky. To hide from the rest of the party.
On one hand, I want to be nice, but on the other hand, I want to see how this plays out.
On one hand, if he's trying to be sneaky, maybe Volka doesn't even know about it, so she can't help him. So
Exactly.
Well, I mean, this is also just kind of above game if you want to give it. And alter fate.
Yeah, but fuck you, Ogilvy.
Sorry, Tyga. But fuck you, Ogilvy.
That's fair. Okay, so yeah, when just periodically throughout the week, as like people are going about their business, Ogilvy is like, you know how Krunk hides during like so like you gotta go back against the walls and stuff like that, as they're like blatantly obvious, like walking around. Like they're not doing shit to hide.
With his coat, like the collar of his coat puffed up against part of his face.
Mm-hmm. It's like they can't see my face, therefore they don't know it's me.
Right, like a bird.
As you have your fucked up leg and like glow, like hat kind of softly glowing fucking like handprint on your face.
Right.
So yeah, what you doing at the clothers at the Starweaver boutique?
So when he goes in, the first thing he's going to do is be looking around because he wants to see what's already there.
Okay. All right. Looking at the stock, you see there's a few designs that are more just kind of like ghostly, ethereally, like kind of like an undead, or like corpse bride kind of look. There is the kind of like demon outfit or like devil outfit with like the horned mask, and like the red just kind of skin suit and everything. There's like a few that like are kind of a little more cutesy, trying to look like certain animals, and things like that. There are a few like masquerade, almost kind of like masquerade ball outfits. that you can see as well, a little more elegant looking. Also, like a few suits going along with that. There's a variety of stuff in here. Yeah, some a bit more expensive and delicate looking, others a bit less so.
Okay. So he's looking around, and then he approaches Spider Lady.
Mm-hmm. I'll grab her again.
Okay.
Good evening. We're getting quite a few customers in as of late. Though I suppose it should be anticipated in the weeks before Samhain. I presume you're here for a costume of some kind?
Yeah, kind of. Do you happen to have, like, just a coat?
Oh, I have quite a few coats, actually. Any particular design you're looking for?
Blue.
Blue? Okay, I have a few of those. Are you looking for something in silk, something in cotton, something in linens?
Something in sheep.
Sheep, wool? Okay, blue wool coat. That'll have to be a custom order, though that should be relatively easy, especially given some materials I just got in. Okay, blue wool coats. Alright, anything else?
Can it button up?
I can add buttons, yes.
Yeah. I want
okay.
that.
Is there a particular look or a particular design you're going for, or are you just getting some autumn gear?
I'm looking for boring.
Okay. There is a few common sort of workers' uniforms out there. Could you just kind of gestures over to see some, like, plain shirts, just kind of, off-white shirts, some, like, workman's, like, kind of thicker workman pants, and, there, you do see, like I said, like, farmers, like, or workman's, like, overalls, and stuff like that, like, just, like, work outfits.
Okay, I'll take the pants, too.
Alright. Anything else you need, or...?
No, I think that'll be it. And he's still being sneaky. He thinks he's being sneaky. Looking around the shop, make sure no one sees him.
She's gonna insight you. Roll deception.
Okay. Oh, where is that?
You're unsure whether she's just not in the energy to ask questions, or whatever else have you. Either way, she does not respond to your activity. As she continues. Okay, so a cotton blue jacket with pockets and buttons. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you wanted buttons. Did you want pockets?
Yeah.
Okay. Workers' pants. Anything else?
No, I think that'll be it.
Okay.
I know where to get the hat.
Oh, all right. I do also have hats if you wish for those as well. Kind of gesturing over that you see, like top hats and like there is a straw hat. There is a wide brimmed straw.
Oh wait, there's
hat.
a top hat.
There is a top hat. Yes.
He goes over to the top hat.
Mm-hmm. There's also a bowler hat next to it.
Oh my god, the bowler hat.
Okay.
No, he's looking at the bowler hat.
Okay.
He's flipping it over, and he's pretending that he knows anything about the bowler hat.
Yeah, you see the bowler hat. It's a solid black bowler hat. Like on like a coat rack nearby, you do see like a tweed jacket, and everything.
Ooh.
No glasses, unfortunately.
No, that's okay. I want the bowler hat.
Okay. That whole ensemble will get you about. She pulls out like an abacus and starts like doing some numbers. Probably only about 2 gold.
How much is that in silver?
That is about 20 silver.
Oh wait, I have gold. I'm silly. Okay.
All right.
He's actually being good for once, despite being sneaky. He'll pay.
All right. Well, the jacket. Well, of course, the pants and the hat you can take with you. I can bag those up for you. And the jacket, honestly, should be done by this evening if you just want to come back for it.
Yeah, alright.
All right. Pleasure doing business with you.
He hands over the 2 gold. He thinks he's so cool.
Okay. Amazing. As you quote sneak your way back out the door.
Yes, he sneaks back out.
Action music in tow. Is there anything else you're doing during the week?
Yeah, after he's done with his weird tailor thing, he actually, funnily enough, was also going to the library.
Okay.
But for a completely different reason.
All right, you come over there. You go over there and see, as I described before, an older Noctura gentleman. As he kind of perks up. Oh my. Greetings. Wasn't expecting to see another one of our folks here.
Oh. Neither was I.
Can I get your name, son?
Ogilvy. You?
Sorinox. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah. What are you doing here?
Well, honestly, my daughter has since convinced me to retire. After spending a long time and doing research and doing my own scholarly work. Was of course an adventurer, much like, well, it looks like you yourself seem to be.
Yeah, that's cool.
And a bit of a field research and digging up old dusty ruins and things like that. But those days are past me, and my daughter since convinced me to not break my back anymore for such things, and decided to settle down, and she set up her magic shop down the road, and I have my library.
You don't say. So there's more of us.
Of course. Have you not met any others?
Anyway, I was hoping that you could help me find out some language books.
Roll deception check.
Okay.
He may be old, but he's not senile.
Sorry, hold on, my computer just froze.
Uh-oh.
Don't do that. Okay, there it goes. Every once in a while it does that.
16. That's pretty good, however, I hate to say, he rolled a natural 20.
Damn you, old man!
He kind of pauses, kind of sending away some of the papers on his desk. Have you? You've never been there, have you?
No.
Have a seat.
Anyway, language books.
I can get you the language books, though. Rather than payment for keeping them, I would like to ask some questions, if you don't mind.
Oh man.
Wait, nothing
okay.
too invasive. I won't ask much of you.
Okay. All right. That's technically fair.
Have a seat. Gestures to one of the open chairs.
Grumbles and sits down.
Mind if I ask, do you know what is the name of your parents?
Well, my dad's Avis. He's pretty boring.
Avis?
Yeah.
That little son of a gun's alive now, is he still?
Oh man.
No.
Please don't.
That is a name I have not heard in a while.
Can't tell me it's common, huh?
No, but that was an interesting individual, I'll say myself. He was I think he was a bit more bold than me in certain aspects.
Yeah, I don't think so. Old man's most boring owl I've ever met. Knocked it up. Ever met.
Oh, I'm sure he's mellowed out now, but when I first met him, he was interesting, to say the very least. Never had a stone unturned, even if that might be trapped. Nearly got us killed several times, but he was amicable in paying up for such curiosities.
Ogilvy's giving him a very scrunched-looking face.
But, oh, that takes me back. Sorry, yes, what were you looking for? Language books, that was it, yes. What language are you looking for in particular?
Sorry, just... Okay, no. Pretending this is the same Noctura. Like, you're what?
Mm-hmm. What, did he get his magic wand stuck up there since last time?
Okay. I actually do think that you've got someone confused, because Avis, my dad, he likes numbers. He likes rocks. He likes old paper that means nothing.
He was one of our archaeologists.
Ugh.
Delving into the tombs next to me and trying to... Well, he focused more on the little things, like looking at stone samples and bone fragments and whatnot, but... Still, there were definitely plenty of cases where he flew a bit too far than he should to try to look at a skeleton of a particular dragon.
Yeah, that doesn't... Pretending that is him, that's way too cool. And that's not cool.
Well, maybe he likes to leave that life behind him, and rather his son not live as nearly as dangerous a life as he did.
Doesn't really have a choice in that.
You two remind me a lot like him when he was your age.
No! That's the worst thing you could ever say!
Alright, look, yes, I have a daughter. I'm aware that of such things, but it's true.
No.
Alright. So, what languages were you looking for?
Well, he pulls out his sad lesbian romance novel.
Oh, I think I've seen this one before. It's been on,
It's familiar, but I can't place my talent on it.
No wonder. It is old common. Don't have as many practitioners speakers of it anymore, except for some Raven Wolf communities that keep it well alive. But if you're looking for someone to help translate, I can more than capable of helping with some light research. At least providing some translations.
I wouldn't mind that, although, based on what I think this is about, I might want to do this on my own a little bit.
You think I haven't read worse?
I don't know what's in there. I don't know what you've read.
You know I used to be as young as you are.
Well, that's what they say.
Either way, if you would like help at least with some of my own... Actually, I can pull up some of my own personal notes. As well as some dictionaries and whatnot to help you translate, and I'll leave you to a corner if you'd rather do it alone.
Okay. Yeah, actually.
Alright, well, I'll leave you to it. In that case, I would actually allow you to make the... if you're going to be spending the week researching some more of the book... I'm actually going to have to change the music real quick.
And you tell no one you saw me. I was never here.
My gizzard is sealed.
Okay.
So, over the next couple days, as you look over his notes to help research this, I would like you to roll an investigation check with advantage.
Let's see.
I have to turn up the music a little bit because it's a bit quiet. That is a 15. Actually, I think that's just enough. Alright. Indeed it is. So, Traveler's Sight is a interesting book, to say the very least. Of course, on the surface, it's very, you do see very much the sort of, like, traditional, very Romeo and Juliet kind of style romance aspects to it, but, actually, give me a moment. As I pull this up. So, because this is a bit of a longer description. Written in Old Common, the book details a tragic love story between a priestess and an artist, who are unable to ever be married because of their family's disallowance. The priestess insists that there must be a way for both of them to run off together. However, the artist is certain that the only way they may reunite is together in death. So, after her lover's life is ended, the priestess goes through a ritual with another priest of her order to enter the realm of the dead to bring her soul back before she passes on. The priestess falls into a almost death-like sleep, to dream for as long as she can, and during so searches for the soul of her lover, only to begin weeping as she finds her robes at the edge of a sea of color in a field of endless sand. There's a message written in the sand along this coastline, written as follows. We will make miracles in death that we could not in life. Also, turn the music a little bit because now it's a bit loud. A bit too high. The clergy finds the body of the priestess, presumed dead while she's still unconscious, and during so prepares her body for burial and embalms her, effectively killing her in the process. However, her mind is now left lost in this dream, and she concedes, walking beneath the waves to follow her love. The book ends with night falling within the desert, the sun itself closing its eye to weep as the tears join the waters below. Now, the story itself, of course, is tragic. However, as you're kind of looking through this, there's almost something that, like, clicks. As you're like, wait a minute, there's a passage mentioned here that meant something to this. And as the more you kind of look into it, the more you realize that this whole process that she is describing almost sounds like the instructions for a ritual. A rite, if you will. In particular, something that you begin to see is, and begin to look at as named the Sunset Rite. As you find this.
Ooh.
The sands at the oops, sorry. I'll read this. The sands at the edge of Regiamentus are not always scorched by the sun's eye. It is where eyes close, the maiden weeps, and night falls, that powerful things may be done in her shadow.
That's trippy.
Very. Words and names are powerful things, which shall be powerful enough to gain her attention. Lore is required. An assistant must speak the words as the chanter weeps. Willing or unwilling, the words will be heard nonetheless. An assistant is required. Tears of genuine emotion must be wept, so they may be made holy in this little death. Emotions must be felt at the risk of being lost in them. And finally, the maiden watches all dreams, but not in all does she watch equally. When the maiden mourns, what will you become? What will you do? And a rich... sorry, that should be written as an arcanum must be executed as part of this rite.
Well, damn.
You do eventually hear the voice of Sornox after, I'll say it's almost midnight at this point as you're still looking over the book by candlelight at the end of the library as he eventually kind of looks over. Is everything alright over there? You've been staring at that book for hours.
Yeah, I think so. It's a very interesting story. Maybe a little more interesting than I originally thought.
Hmm. If you don't mind me asking what it's about, if I could compare any information I have.
Well, it's about sad lesbians, which is generally what I thought it was going to be about.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. There's this thing in here. It seems very strange. Like almost like the story is meant to be something else. I don't know.
Any particular names?
Yeah. The Edge of Regiamentus?
I'm gonna have him roll for that. His eyes almost kind of widen a bit at the mention of that. I've
Oh.
heard tales of it, actually. Heard stories about your father visiting that place. However,
What is it?
from what he told me, it isn't necessarily a place you can travel. Well, you can't walk there easily. It's a place that you find in your dreams. Or when you dream, you wander there. At the edge of it. There's sands, as far as I can remember. And as far as he told. I tried to do a bit more research, though admittedly my sources are a bit slim, and I likely have to talk to someone other. I believe it's Saint Hypnosia, or someone else who associates with dreams. But that is interesting.
Yeah. No, this is. And you're saying he was looking for this too.
At least he talked about it as if he was there. As if he knew it personally in some way. As if he'd been there.
I wonder what he wanted it for. And why it just happens to be in this sad lesbian book that I pilfered off a dead body.
You pilfered it where?
And nothing.
I won't ask.
Cool.
Honestly, it feels like that you've given a few years back to my life. Thank you for this.
No problem. You know, if you like adventuring, why don't you just go adventure? You don't have to listen to anybody tell you what to do.
I would, but that time is gone for me. And I'm here to, I suppose, spur the new generation. The ones after me.
That sounds all sentimental and crap.
It is.
That's up to you, I guess.
Theoretically, I could, but I don't know if my body has it anymore. But I'll at least have my mind yet until that starts. They're gonna get a bit foggy.
Old, not senile.
No, well, at least until the... At least for the next few years, or however long this takes, and until I meet my wife again, I'll be here. And if you want any more advice or any more tips, my doors are always open. Well, at least until closing time, but sometimes I might be able to make an exception.
Yeah. You know, I might actually. You're probably the only one who actually has a normal sleeping schedule around here.
For us, yes. Well, my daughter, but she... Well, I mean, she's starting to work during the day because that's when most people work, but...
Yeah. My group definitely want me to have their hours.
Not many other folks who are nocturnal, unfortunately. But You make do and you adapt.
Yeah.
As we have. But you've been staring at those pages for the past, how long has it been? How many hours? You need to rest.
Yeah, I guess I do. He says, shuffling his good foot. He starts packing it all up, though, any of the different research notes, using them as bookmarks and such.
Passion is a wonderful thing, child, and you have plenty of it, but be careful not to let it burn you out, whether figuratively or literally.
Right. And remember, if anybody asks, you didn't see me here at all.
He does a gesture over his beak.
Ogilvy likes him now.
Farewell, and have a good Samhain if I don't see you again until after.
Yeah. Have a good Samhain, too. I'll probably see you. I'm not gonna lie.
Probably. Well, I might sleep through it, depending. It's been a lot of notes coming in from the hunters of late for a few things. Not a lot I can talk about right now, but go on ahead. You have your life ahead of you yet.
Yeah, alright. Now he can leave.
All right. Any final things you wish to do by the end of the week, or is this about it?
He's technically hiding in the room to do a couple of things, but yeah, no, he's good.
Okay. So, in that case, I would actually like to do one more thing in that sense before we move on to the familiar ritual. Then, unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to get to Samhain just yet, or if we are, we'll be getting to the very latter end of it. Or sorry, the very beginning of it. Though Lynn, maybe hopefully Kimi will be able to join us. However, I actually will have to change. I'll have to change the ambiance real quick. So, Ogilvy.
Yeah.
The night after, or I should say at least the time after this, that you eventually rest your eyes after a very long, honestly kind of mind-draining, very bit of exhaustive research session, as intense and interesting as it was. You eventually find yourself, like, exhausted, heading back to your room and just kind of flop down on the bed. As you,
Flop of feathers.
as it doesn't take long for you to sleep. However, it doesn't take you very long to dream, either.
Oh. What the hell was that?
I'm just excited. I'm excited.
One moment, please. I have to prepare something. Because I have to grab... Well, first off, I'll grab the ambiance.
We still got the classical music going.
Indeed, this is still the same theme.
Okay.
So... Okay, one more thing. You guys can talk amongst yourselves as I start prepping this.
I think it might be the ferryman.
I'm
thinking.
hoping.
Me too.
It's been too long since we've heard his voice.
It has been a while.
So true. I freaked out because I bought a tarot deck recently and it has the ferryman in it.
Nice.
Oh yeah, just
I was like, fuck, I hope I never pull that card.
You gotta open that, it's just... Yeah. To be fair, the ferryman in the context of tarot is definitely not the same as the ferryman in...
no.
Yeah. Which is ironic because the ferryman...
Comforting.
It's ironic because the ferryman also has his own tarot. At least
Oh, yeah.
there is a new Arcaster Tarot. There is a new Arcaster Tarot deck.
Huh.
Ooh.
Not in any official capacity, like official like physical copy, but I do have stuff written down for a if people did like tarot cards and tarot readings. Actually, I thought one of the party members here did do a
Rosia
tarot
did.
reading. Yeah, Rosie did do a reading.
that. Yeah.
That was a while ago though. Nonetheless, if people want to get involved in that weird, the more esoteric side of Nordareth, that is a thing.
It's very fun.
Mm-hmm.
I would if it made sense for Ogilvy.
That is quite fair.
If I could find a point for vigilance, I might. I don't know.
Witches have tarot cards. Bam!
I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, depending on like what sort of divinatory or magic kind of stuff you like to do, you could get involved with tarot. Okay, so now then, as Ogilvy begins to dream, I would like everyone except for Taiga to mute their microphones. All right, Ogilvy. As I had said, it does not take long for you to dream. However, your dreamless sleep is very quickly, it doesn't take long at senses before you start to feel warm. Like as if you're kind of getting like overheated, or like you've been like after waking up from like basking in the sun a bit and getting sunburned, like that kind of like bad kind of stingy feeling.
Yuck, right, okay.
And as you feel your presence, or feel yourself kind of come to, you are face first in what feels like sand.
Oh. Okay.
And it does not feel like the beds that you plopped down into and got comfy amongst the cushions. It feels... Well, you're not really sure what it feels like. Because, like, it's not necessarily... Like, you feel the pressure against your feet. Like, you feel the weight of it against you. But, like, face down in it. But it's not, like, super coarse or grainy. It's hard to describe.
Okay. Well, then once he starts to notice it, he'll try to lift himself up a little bit to try to look around.
Okay.
Like, what?
You kind of get a bit of the sand out of your face and like kind of basically sit and stand up, just like wiping the sand from your eyes, which doesn't really burn, weirdly enough. However, as you kind of wipe the sleep and kind of open your eyes wide now, you're blinded a bit suddenly as you look out and as you look across to see a very bright, vast desert with hills of sands and dunes going on for miles, by the looks of it, as you look out to see this.
Well, that's not something I see every day. Okay, so he'll try to get himself up and wipe himself off of all of the sand.
Yeah. You brush it off, but it almost kind of like drifts and floats off of you, almost like as if it's caught up in a wind, rather than like just kind of like brushing off and just falling to the ground.
Okay, so like really lightweight.
Yeah, like almost like dust, kicking off.
Okay. So after he does that, he kind of notices the little particles. It's like, like he's curious about it. He kind of like tilts his head. Then he kind of like looks around to double check, but he doesn't see anything else. So he's gonna slowly walk towards this.
Okay. I'll say for the sake of this, as you start like looking around trying to gather your bearings, I'd allow you to roll a perception check as you start cresting over some of the dunes. 5.
Yeah.
Would anyone not like to use a point of inspiration, or...
Go ahead and use mine.
Okay. In that case, re-roll. 13. This place is weird, to say the very least. As you start getting cresting up on the top of a hill to get some height and start gathering your bearings, you're looking at the horizon line, trying to see any kind of structure or any breakage in the sand. And for a while, looking in most directions, you can't tell where the sand dunes end and the sky begins. As the edges of your mind, as the edges of your vision almost kind of blend them together. It takes a moment to realize now that your peripheral vision, at the edges of your vision, everything gets progressively more and more kind of blurry and foggy. But then you turn in that direction that looks clearer, and then wherever you look, the peripheral of your vision is almost wispy and foggy and hard to focus.
Okay.
But there's no sand blowing in your face, there's not really a sandstorm blowing around, it's just blurry. However, the more you begin to walk, eventually you crest over another hill, trying to get again, looking for anything at this point, and off in the distance you see it's almost this dark red rock, almost as if like a not necessarily an obelisk, but sort of Pride Rock, and how it's just that massive sheer, it's that like a solid sheer rock jutting out of the dirt.
Okay.
Kind of angular, off to the sides, like a massive, almost it's embedded itself in the rock here, or embedded itself in the sand, I mean. And it's hard to get a good span of how big it is and how far away it is, but you can see it almost on the horizon line.
So he's looking at this. He's looking at the horizon line. Can he test flying? If he can fly here?
Sure. Yeah, you stretch your wings and fly up into the air. However, this is where things get especially weird with your vision, because the ground doesn't seem to get any smaller, yet you keep going higher.
Oh, I see.
As if almost the horizon line kind of bends and twists a bit, but it doesn't really. It doesn't shrink as much as you'd imagine it to. If you're you fly and things get smaller looking down. But this way, it's I don't know how else to describe it. It's your brain isn't properly processing what you're seeing, and you're getting a little bit of that feeling that you're falling when you're not.
Right, and there's a weird vertigo.
Yeah, vertigo, that's the term I was looking for. This weird kind of vertigo response, but you can keep afloat, you can keep flying. But it's weird. Yeah,
he's only going to be up in the air for a minute before that's going to be too disorienting. He's oh wow, okay, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
Get right back on the ground again.
Okay. Yep, and as you just kind of kick up, pack down the ground, and similar to before, the dust, the sand, almost like dust, kind of flies up in swirling clouds up in the air for a bit before dispersing and settling. And
well, he's thoroughly tripped out, but at this point, he's going to be okay, I guess this is what I'm doing now, and he continues to walk towards the figure.
Okay, and as you begin walking through the sands of this realm, I would like you to roll a wisdom save.
Okay. Where is that? You're in here, son. I'm so silly. There it is.
16, okay. It's hard to really get a sense of time in this place, or how long you've been walking. Whether it's hours, days. It takes you a period of time before you realize you're not really leaving any footprints behind you in the sand. Or if they are, they just kind of dissipate behind you up into, wisps of breeze and wind once more, and, sand once more. And it's hard to get a real track of distance. How long you've been walking. How far you've walked in this place. The sun isn't letting up. Your feathers aren't really helping with this either. With the heat coming down on you, and I believe you technically can sweat.
I think so.
Or at the very least, you have some methods of cooling. However, you feel not great, but you're still able to focus and persevere and just kind of keep your eyes on that pillar as slowly, the longer you walk, the bigger and bigger it gets closer to you. And eventually, before you kind of realize it, you are face to face with this massive stone pillar that almost reaches up into the heavens, and now trying to curl your head to look up at it, you can't really see where it ends. However, at the base, looking on at this, there does seem to be scratchings or scrawlings of something there.
Okay. So let's go ahead and approach that.
Okay.
And try to can we see if we know what the scratchings are, what they decipher?
Let me actually look, because I don't think this is a language you recognize. It is not. As you look on at this, it takes a moment before you kind of understand its language, as if someone kind of scrawled it onto the side of this rock, but you don't know what it says. Unfortunately, you can't read the script.
Well, darn. So then he'll... Yeah, that's a little frustrating then. Okay. He tries to look around again, though, because it's very disorienting, but he's trying to figure out what he's doing here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. I'll allow you to make another perception check in the space. 5.
He's not very good at it.
Yeah, the more that you try to focus, the more it kind of gets frustrating of things don't come into focus the way they should. Because it's almost like that tunnel vision of everything is blurry in your peripheral, but even trying to focus on the horizon, it doesn't get any clearer, and there's no defining landmarks.
Right, and especially for Noctera, who have real good eyesight, that's probably extra.
Yeah, the sun isn't helping either, as it's kind of getting your eyes. If you have to put a hand over the shade, but even then, it's trying to focus and squint.
He has his wing up. He's trying to look. He's trying to touch. He wants to touch the rock if it feels real at all.
You can tap it and you feel resistance, as if okay, you're tapping against something, but it's almost like your hand is numb and you're hitting against something. You're not actually you're not feeling it properly.
Oh, weird. That's really weird. Okay.
And I will say now, the longer you stay in this place, the harder it is to maintain your concentration and maintain in this realm, as I'm going to have you roll another wisdom save. $18. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can he get on top of the rock?
No. The moment you try to fly up again, that same vertigo response, and you try to fly up a little bit, trying to get past that, and it's it's not the precipice, the height of it isn't getting any shorter. You're not getting any closer to it. Before you just kind of fall back down.
So after he lands with a little poof of sand,
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of grumbles to himself and kind of sits there like, what am I supposed to do then?
I'll say for this if you would like to roll an intelligence check.
Intelligence. Is intelligence saving or?
Just intelligence check.
Oh, I see.
5. You kind of pat down at yourself like, what am I supposed to do in this place? Oh, you still have your equipment on you.
Oh. I have my stuff. I have. He's looking through. Well, a lockpick set isn't going to help me here, I think. And then, oh, moonshine. Wiggles it. And then, right, sad lesbian book. There's stuff in it. and my gold. What do I need my gold here for? So he looks at the stuff that he has.
Mm-hmm.
Is he allowed to figure out this is a dream, or is he just too stupid?
I will say, you have like whatever you as a player can think, your character can also like make the deduction.
Okay. So then, yeah. So Ogilvy, he's gonna kind of decide this might be a dream, except it's very weird that he has his stuff with him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of looking it over like, so then am I dreaming this? Or is this here? Oh,
Uh-oh. Taiga? Uh-oh. Taiga, you good, buddy? Oh, dear. Everyone else can unmute and talk amongst yourselves, at least, hopefully, maybe until Taiga gets back.
Please stand by.
Indeed. Oh, boy.
I now have one of my roommates here who is stalking the conversation.
That is fine. Hello.
Hello, roommate.
Hello, person. Remember, we are live on Twitch. Mm-hmm.
I stream on Twitch too sometimes.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Nice.
I
Do
need
you
to get
fart?
back into it.
Oh, I thought I heard someone fart. Sorry.
Jeez.
Chair.
It's the chair, okay. Yeah, of course it's the chair.
All right.
Oh, it is the chair.
So, how's everyone
alright, my chair
doing?
makes
What's
noises
everyone
too.
thinking?
We
Hope
are
everyone's having a good
technical
time.
difficulties. The
Yeah.
character who
Yeah.
who needs to be here has dissipated into the ether.
Indeed.
Nah, yep.
I think something.
The-
I think
the
something
dream
similar
summon's
came
gone.
up. Yeah.
Oh, that would be bad. I hope it's okay.
Oh.
Oh no, their computer died.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Okay, it's turning back on right now. Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Wow. I can't believe that Ogilvy slept so hard. He just fucking died.
Yeah, the dream just consumed him.
He walked into the sea of color at the edge of the sands, never to return, like the gay lesbians in the book.
Literally. I wonder what it's like to be in an eternal desert. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, probably not fun. Probably not fun.
I love lesbians in the desert.
Yeah.
They quench my thirst, as it would be.
Jesus.
What, the desert, baby? The desert, baby?
I mean, we're the people are thirsting for more than water. I'll tell you that much. I wish I came up with that one. Anyway, I wish I could take credit for that one.
sorry about that. My computer just decided I'm gonna die.
You're good. You're good. No problem. All right, everyone. Meet back up again. Shush, shush, shush.
Okay, bye.
Yes. All right. So, Ogilvy, you are still in a sea of sand, and it's hard for your mind to process that things are both like, there is the soft beach white of the sand, but you can almost also sense like licks and arcs of color of the sunlight against the dunes. And of course, there is the shadow in which you're standing in, which is helping somewhat with the heat of this giant obelisk, that you realize now the shadow goes on much further in the distance than you imagine it should, where it wasn't before, as you are at the base of this megalith of some kinds. What are you trying to do?
Not gonna lie, kind of cool. Okay, so essentially he's just kind of stuck standing there. So he's gonna go ahead and actually look at what he has on him, because he doesn't know if it's a clue or not as to why he's there. But one thing he does have a suspicion of is that when you're in a dream and you try to read words, they don't look like anything. So he's going to peek at the book to see if he can understand the words or not.
You start to turn through the pages. Well, first off, you actually see a pristine blank page at the very front of it. Which you crawl. Oh, right, yeah, that was before. Where like the other side is like the author's note. And then looking into the book proper. It's weird. You start trying to squint and like, I'll say roll an investigation check. Nope. Yeah, it's like reading Chicken Scratch. Like, which is the one thing you. I will still give this to you because this is somewhat obvious, even with just your passive. That you look down at the book, and you look up at the obelisk. The scratchings are slightly clearer.
Oh.
Which shouldn't be.
No.
As if like, well, never mind. Yeah, that one. Never mind. I won't say anything else.
Okay. Well, now that's interesting. Ogilvy tries to touch the letters on the obelisk again, like, what does this mean?
And as the more you try to concentrate, the longer you stay in this place. I'd like you to roll another wisdom save. Seven. The more and more you try to concentrate, the more and more you realize the heat is really starting to get to you. Your body feels weak and aching and throbbing, almost like heat stroke. And the more you feel your body kind of losing touch of this place, the vision that your peripheral begins to get foggier and foggier, as you begin to realize your presence in this place is limited. I will say you'd be able to maybe do one final thing before you leave this place.
Okay. What would he do then?
The hourglass has been turned.
Oh, no. I don't think he would do much of anything besides sit there and pout.
Okay,
all Fine, right. You don't want to tell me anything? Then I'll just sit here.
Alright, in that case, as you sit and just kind of cross your arms, folded there in spite, even maintaining emotion in this place only stays for so long before, almost like drifting off back into sleep, you go back into dreamless rest as the heat is gone. And the sun is gone, and all that is left is inky but cool blackness as you would wake up in the next morning.
Huh.
And that's the end of your week. I suppose,
what a week it was.
To finally wrap things off, if people are okay with us going a little bit over, we can actually move on to go into Nari's familiar ritual.
Oh, hi.
Indeed. If everyone's willing, of course.
Go for it.
Willing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I have to grab something. So, as you walk your way out into, actually, where are you performing this ritual?
I'll find some left.
It was the music.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're still here.
I think I'll find like some rocks on the lake. Not on on the coast, like a pretty biggish rock
Okay.
that can hold the material.
Okay. All right. Yeah. In that case, let me grab some ambiance real quick. Zach put something. So, as you takes a little bit to just kind of hopping around the edge of the lake bed, finding a decently sized enough rock and like large flat rock in order to perform this ritual on. Eventually, after like about an hour or so, give or take, a little bit of ways away from the colony proper, you find just so about the size, like almost about the size of like a coffee table, for lack of a better term, like in like size and width. Slightly rounded, like very more sort of spherical at the edges if it's been eroded by time longer. It's stayed on the coastline. And I'll say you have actually, I believe, do you have the I think you also need a certain gold cost worth of incense. Oh wait, or is this oh wait, no, this is part of the druid ability. You don't need material components.
Yeah.
Other than the 3. So in that case, you start taking some of the mud effectively in the nearby lake bed, start kind of spreading out and marking certain a certain perimeter and certain symbols into the face of this rock, at least on the top of this rock. And I will bring us over to here. Fortunately, it's not exact, but nonetheless, here's a space to do this. So, hopefully you're seeing what I'm going to be seeing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you also should be able to control the tokens on there, which, of course, the bottom left is feathers, the middle is...
I can't.
Yeah. Oh, you can't? Okay. Well, shit. Give me a moment. I'm sorry, we're having technical difficulties. Please stand by. Now you should have control over them.
All but the fur.
The fuck? Hold up. Oh, god damn it. Now it should. Whoops.
There we go.
Okay. So, let me also grab the music in the time. So, as part of this ritual, of course, you have the 3 materials, fur, feathers, and scales. And whichever of the 3 that you place as the main dominant ingredient in this section here, That is the basically putting it in that section will put set that as the dominant ingredient in that you are more likely to get a familiar of that type. Of like, you know, put for fur forward, you're more likely to get a mammal. For feathers forward, you're more likely to get a bird of some kind. Scales, you know, reptiles or whatever creature comes through. So, yeah, it is your decision.
Easy decision.
What are you putting forward? Oh, feathers, of course. Okay. Let me grab the music in the meantime. So, Nari, as you place the ingredients out before you, along with like a few other just, you know, local herbs to set out as you're attempting to commune with nature in this place and draw a piece of yourself forward to meld with the energies of the forests, or at least of the wilds and the nature of this place, in order to bring forth your familiar. However, as you begin concentrating and attempting to connect with this place, you almost don't really notice yourself slipping into something, almost as if in the trance. And the calm, cool quiet of this place in the woods, along the edge of the lake, almost kind of gives way to something warmer, tropical, humid, familiar in some ways, as you kind of open your eyes again to see out that you're in the middle of the rainforests, on the edge of the village. Home. Well, what was your home for a while.
I don't know what to do.
You're on the edge of your home village. You don't really see any people around, at least not right now.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're just out working elsewhere or asleep, you don't know, but...
I think she's gonna walk away from the village, deeper into the forest.
Okay. As you begin walking...
If she can walk.
Yeah, you can move. As you begin walking, you know, feeling the cool earth kind of sinking between your toes, eventually you hear crying? Sounds of almost sounds like a child, or a child grung, at the very least. Sounds vaguely familiar as well.
I'll go towards it.
Okay. And takes a few moments, kind of sifting, kind of going through the canopy, or like through the foliage and the ferns. They're as tall as you. Getting used to that again. And kind of passing through to eventually see a bit of a small clearing where you see one of the other children. They haven't really earned their name yet by the time you left. But at their feet, you see a dead parrot, a scarlet macaw, that you vaguely recall that they had as a pet, or, well, they secretly had as a pet, as any sort of companions, you know, would be kept, or at least for work or companionship for the whole community. But nonetheless, you see the child there crying over the body looks to be freshly dyed, freshly dead, as the grung turns over to you, kind of wiping some of the tears from their eyes. Nari?
What happened?
Why did he have to die?
She'll step closer to the like opposite this child, and just like kind of crouch over the bird and not say anything.
Nari?
Well, things die. I don't know what else to tell you.
But if Banaba died, kind of gesturing down to the parrot, and Elder Laguba, he died. Am I gonna die?
At some point.
Nari? I'm scared.
Unless you put yourself in grave danger.
The child almost seems like confused and scared, like they don't know what to do. Like,
yeah, sure. I think she's gonna touch the bird, inspect, see like if she can determine what happened.
I mean, looking at it, it's hard, like there's no wound or signs of anything, either whether it's just natural causes or some sort of illness that's not visible. You can't really see it offhand.
She's gonna reach out in a non-physical way, and just see if she can connect at all to this corpse and see if there's anything left there.
Okay.
Anything left to access.
I'll allow this to be a straight wisdom check.
Cool. Oh, come on.
You don't really get much. The most that you can really sense from it is that, like, happy? Whether, like, in its last moments it was still happy, or what the scenario was, or it's happy still now, or... It's kind of hard to parse through it right now.
I think she'll just stand up and look at the kid and just say, it will be fine.
Roll a persuasion check.
-2 charisma. Oh, it's only -1. Damn, I thought I was worse at charisma. Tragic. This is so rude.
The kid just kind of sits down, like, next to the parrot, and just kind of goes to hug it. And just kind of sits there quietly sobbing. And eventually the humid air kind of begins to give way as you feel yourself kind of like rubbing something from your eyes. before eventually you feel yourself, still in the jungle, but nonetheless now in one of the communal huts, sort of a little bit sequestered away from the rest of the sleeping kind of places, these small pools, sort of communal pools for some of them, as you are where the weeping Grung used to be. There is now standing a much taller, more adult, similar sized and shaped to you. You see your mother standing before you with a familiar but clearly very disappointed look at you. I don't understand why you would even be interested in something like this. Magic is one thing, communing with the spirits is another, but raising the dead?
She just kind of stares blankly. I thought it would be interesting.
They worked all their lives for the community. Let their bodies rest. Now, if you want them to use them to do work for you, for what? Lying around, freeloading while your brothers and sisters toil for work? And everything to keep people... You're embarrassing yourself. You could get yourself outcast for lazy behavior like this, you know.
It's not like I'm not working. Do you know how much power you need to raise the dead?
No, because I would never try.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Ooh. I'll allow you to roll persuasion, maybe intimidation, depending on how you want to roll it.
I don't think she's even trying to convince them.
Okay. Alright, Nick. I'll allow for just a straight charisma check then to see just how far it goes. Maybe it was better for you to leave. As she just walks away.
She gathers her things.
Okay. As you begin gathering your belongings next to you, you realize, you see all your belongings packed up, getting ready to leave. It's like, oh, this is heavier than I remember. As you begin walking, just to head out the door, there's a brief kind of flash of light, oh god, the sun, before the heat and humidity is kind of given away to a slightly cooler, but still somewhat, that less of a humid freshwater, kind of heat, but more of a kind of a salt spray, kind of half in your face, which is a bit stinging to your amphibious form. As you hear gulls and you feel the wood beneath your feet of a pier, as you see a variety of people surrounding you, similarly with other bags and belongings. You see mothers with their children kind of huddled up to their ankle, and things in this line, as you hear just a voice up ahead. Next person!
Walk up.
Okay. Yeah, the next person gets out of line ahead of you, and you see before you a elven individual, sort of a wide-brimmed, tall hat, almost like a pilgrim or like an inquisitorial, witch hunter kind of hat. Kind of bring up the brim a bit to look you in the eyes, kind of looking down over the desk, and starts kind of brisking through papers, after just kind of sifting through. So, please, for the paladins and officers to hear for the record, you're an open practitioner of necromancy, wishing to enter the country of New Arcaster. The more you're thinking about this, the more this sounds familiar.
Yes, mercenary work.
Mercenary work, so that's your purpose here. A necromancer walking through our doorstep. Look, I suppose you're not familiar with the history our nation has had with necromancers and cultists like yourself?
I am not a cultist. I work alone.
My point still stands with necromancy. Ritualistic suicides to summon darker powers, torturous murders to form wraiths from the souls of innocents, only to shackle them into servitude, parents getting ripped apart by the bony talons of their ghoulified children as the creators watch in glee. Do I need to say more?
I do not do such things.
How do I know that you will not use these powers for such? For evil, for power, to bring death and destruction in your wake, so you may torment the dead to toil further in this world after you've been forced them to leave it? You see, like one of the other immigration kind of officers looks it over, kind of gives a weird look before just kind of going back to their work.
Do you think I would be trying to come in here if that was my plan?
Roll persuasion check.
I love being...
This is great.
Roll 20.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah.
I clicked the button. Oh,
there we go. 13. I will let you in. Your paperwork checks out despite my presumptions. You're free to go. But as long as you're in this port, I have my eye on you. As well as the rest of our order.
She just keeps walking.
Next, and as the next immigrant comes off the boat over to the office, you feel yourself walking through the doorway out into the as you walk out into the city proper. Your feet feel cool again. The cool, crisp air and the scent of basically of a fresh bog, for lack of a better term. You know, that clean kind of mountain lake air.
Yeah.
As you kind of open your eyes again to kind of feel this, almost like this slight pull. Before you open your eyes to see kind of between both of your hands, kind of propped up on this stone, is this sort of whitish, bluish orb or mote of energy that slowly begins to kind of mold and shape and form, almost like clay. As you see things beginning to shape. Now I'm gonna have you roll some dice.
Oh no! In D&D?
Indeed.
Good.
I'm not funny.
I know.
Oh wow, Jesus. Fucking savage. All right. Give me one moment, please. Hold up, it's not in the place that I thought it was.
Oh no.
Don't worry, I can find it again. Hold up.
Organization.
You see, I thought I had this organized, but apparently not. Here it is. Found it. Okay. So, I'm going to need you to first roll So this would be a... Sorry. Sorry, this is actually... It's quite a large list. This is gonna sound weird, but roll a d29.
Oh. $28.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. 1, 2, 3. Next up, roll for me 2d3. This is going off of a weird table. Oh, okay.
2 and 2. I've put them together.
2d40. I realize these numbers are weird, but yeah. Okay. So, I'm going to send you a list of 3 animals, and you'll be able to choose one from this list.
Cool.
So there's, and you can, for record, you can't say which of these animals these are. This is you can say option 1, option 2, and option 3. Partially just for surprise for everyone else.
Yeah.
This is option 1. Option 2 is... Option 2 is this. And option 3... And option 3 is this. Oh, I spelled that wrong.
This is a hard choice.
I will say, for the sake of this, because we are going a bit over, I will flip the hourglass.
Yep. All good.
So you have a time limit to choose.
Option 1.
Option 1? Okay. So, you would watch...
Sorry.
There you go. You would watch as, firstly, the feathers on the table fly off into the orb. Secondly, the fur and the scales close behind kind of gonna get absorbed into this. As, for a brief moment, the orb begins kind of flashing pulses of green and other forms of energy, before these pure bluish-white feathery wings unfurl from the pseudopod limbs of this orb of energy. And also from it, 2 legs begin to form, and a body and feathers covering it. And the head elongates into a long curved beak before you. And as the energy begins to kind of soften and blacken into feathers, other parts turn brightly, vibrantly colored. As standing before you on the rock, just staring, you see a toucan.
Kind of confused but then realizing, and then she's like, okay, and holds out an arm that has some bones on it for the toucan to sit on so that it doesn't just get poisoned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the toucan just almost instinctively like knows where to perch and rest up as it just kind of and just kind of looking around at the environment, curious at the new world around it. As now you have your familiar.
Very cool.
And I will say for this, as you begin walking back on, we'll say in the evening of the day before Samhain.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's where we're going to have to end the session for tonight.
Helen?
Oh boy.
So that was interesting.
It was fun.
That was a lot of info today.
We got some. we got a bird that's gone through some dreams, and we got some dreams that got a bird.
Yeah. Dreams, a lot of birds.
Oh, that's even a question. What's Nari gonna name their new toucan familiar friend?
I don't know. She hasn't asked it yet.
That's fair. Well, that's even if it'll answer properly.
Yeah.
Might be a little different from Aurelius.
Mm-hmm. A little bit. So, yeah. We'll have to discuss what exactly are the implications of having a toucan familiar in particular. Because you actually do get some particular benefits based on what animal it is. However, we shall see how that fares, and hopefully we'll be able to pick up right back into getting neck deep into Samhain, into the hauntings within.
I'm excited.
Same.
We'll have to see how that pans out next time on Legends of Nordareth: New World's Frontier.
Yeah!
Yay.
For those of you who want to hear more, or at least wish to discuss more about this and what the fuck just happened, there's a link to the Discord in the About section of the Twitch channel below. There's also a YouTube channel, youtube.com/natureclaws, which the VODs and highlights made by my lovely editor periodically go up. Unfortunately, there's been a bit of a hiatus because of some IRL stuff going on, but nonetheless, if you want to catch the beginning of this, that's up there, go on ahead. There is also, well, as you might know, I'm here. I stream here on Twitch. The next D&D session will be on Monday for Legends of Nordareth Bloody Gold, where the party apparently is actually joined up with another band of orcs, different than what these guys have been dealing with, on an island right off the coastline of New Arcaster. And may or may not be going to hunt or capture some kind of weird bug thing. They don't really know what it is yet. There's also a bit of a language barrier because none of the party knows Orcish. So,
oh no!
They're doing their best. And if you want to see those hijinks, you'll have to check in there. But nonetheless, I believe that is everything to cover. Hope everyone has a wonderful evening, or whatever time zone they're currently in. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their day, and we'll have to see who we're going to raid. Because Twitch streamers do that, and it's a nice...
Raid.
Alright, let's see who's online currently. We have... who we got going here? Ooh, hold on. Let's see... Oh, I hear echo through the mic. Someone. There we go. You're good. Let's see. We have Peachy Momo, who's actually a Ferret VTuber. They're currently playing Among Us. Interesting. Actually, at this point, do you want to list off what the other two options were for the familiar now that we've decided?
Oh,
sure.
It was a ferret and an opossum.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
I know some people are
going
to hate me for not taking... Yeah, I know some people are going to hate that I didn't take opossum, but it just...
Hey,
I
I mean,
think
Thought it would be
Toucan is
funny
badass.
for the frog to have a
Yeah, toucans
toucan.
are cool.
Okay.
The toucans are
The
neat.
toucan actually makes sense.
yeah, I was gonna say out of all of them, I think
Yes.
personally the toucan makes the most sense for Nari, considering it's
Yeah,
the
I
native
agree.
creature.
Yes.
Still,
Like I get
Yeah.
possums and dead things, but like toucan makes sense.
yeah, I
I
can,
will
I
see.
can also
I,
see possum.
I almost did possum because I was like, what if I just say possums are immune to her poison just for fun?
I don't know about that, but
I would make it
yeah.
canon myself.
Bruh.
You
They
would
can't
have no
catch
input in
rabies.
this, sorry.
I think actually, technically, depending on how the familiar would be statted, you could. Well,
Yeah,
at least
that's
resistant
fair.
to it. But anyway. Oh, Queen's also online. Oh yeah, they're playing. They're playing Fall Guys with Nature of Gaming for a subathon.
Ooh,
Read
nice.
her.
Yeah.
Queen.
Yeah.
She was the first person to ever host our specific game.
Yes, indeed. And considering it's also been a very long time since they started streaming, they deserve all the love and support. They only have 2 people right now. We can give them their 3.
Yeah. The other day, she had been streaming for like 6 hours, and randomly I'm like, dude, go eat. So like,
yeah. But yes, Queen is an awesome, wonderful, beautiful person. They deserve all the support and all the monies. Give them money, please.
go support Queen.
Yes. Yeah, even if it's not Queen's, go support the content creators you love.
Yeah.
Because honestly, even just $1 is like hundreds of thousands of views, you know. When it comes to YouTube at least and stuff like that. So even if you don't support them or support me or whatever, you know, go give people money that you're capable of doing. Of course, also take care of yourself.
Yeah. Make sure you're giving money within what is like reasonable for you, so you're still able to like.
Yes, give whatever you are willing, and whatever
And
is
able.
yeah. Well, give whatever you are able. Thank you. That's the term I'm looking
Yeah.
for. But nonetheless, what should our rate message be?
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Oh, we could. It's not bad.
Greetings, Your Majesty, from the Kingdom of Nordereth.
Tempting.
We just saved
The
a
LGBT
toucan
say
from
hello.
death.
Yeah, that's all. I like the LGBT says hi.
Every one of us is queer.
Oh wait.
Longer party
Oh
time.
wait. We have a toucan.
We have a toucan now.
I think I can say this because I'm bi. Can we say something involving Fruit Loops?
Just follow your nose.
Sure.
something fruit. I don't know. LGBT jokes. Anyway.
The Fruity Loops.
Yeah.
We are Fruity Loops.
Fruity Loops. I don't know. Trying to think of something interesting. It's something wacky. Fruity
We've
Loops.
gained a person in the past 30 seconds, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Fruity Loops. All right. Either Fruity Loops or LGBT says hi. Either way.
Good.
All right, go show Queen the love and support. Go my minions. Go be free. Farewell,
Let's
guys.
go.
Bye.